Hey, hey. Let me just do my shill. I got shills, they're multiplying. Hey. Right, so I am now very much, very much ready to call it. I got to, of course, ensure I am. Let's see. I'm gonna shill. Shill. It's gonna be sleepy. Speaking of shill, if you guys could help by shilling, definitely will help. Definitely will help everything improve. Bam. Okay, that's Discord sorted. Oh, lady just contacted. So I think I just have to shill on my I just have to shill on my Twitter. That's all I have to do. Bam. I tweeted it on the Twitter. Thank you. Um, I got. I'm just what. I'm just looking at. I'm just looking at some stuff on Twitter. So I need to get off that because you're not here staring at me. So you can watch me in turn stare at nothing. I don't know where I'm going with that. Um, Now we were watching this, but beforehand, standard stuff. Just going to tell you how the rest of the night's going to go. Now, I am going to go and watch this with you guys for the next God knows how long. And then afterwards, I'm going to get into bed and start drifting off listening to the storyteller spout Fallout stuff for another hour and a half. At the end of that, hopefully I'll be asleep. Now, at any point during the night, if you want to go down to the doobly-doo, past our Discord and our Twitter, past the like, share, and subscribe, all these good things, and you want to help out financially, you could wake me up like so.
This is a test donation for $82.
It's gonna be lovely. It's gonna be glorious. It's gonna freak me the fuck out. And anything that I do make will add to the $5 that someone gave a while back, so I can throw it into the money I do have saved for Wednesday, when Lady comes over. Well, she's coming over Tuesday, and then we're heading out on Wednesday. That's it really. I'm going to now watch this with the rest of you guys, and occasionally start. Best also start putting stuff away. Oh, when I'm awake, if anyone's still awake at the time, I'll chat with you real quick. And yeah, that's gonna be it. But I'm gonna be drinking with Girly on Monday. Uh, unless she has to cancel or something, which would be a bit weird. But shit happens. If she has to cancel, then I'm actually okay with that for once, because I'd have just given the entire weekend over to streaming, so I might enjoy this not having to stream. Plus, I get to save a little bit of money. Anyway, I'm procrastinating.
At the exact moment the door shuts, he lifts up his head to observe his surroundings. His behavior completely shifts once he believes no one is watching. If we look at his demeanor a moment earlier, we can see the contrast. He went from being detached to alert. His behavior changed as the environment changed, which is a recurring theme throughout this interrogation. It shows us that his mind isn't wandering off during these moments of apparent disconnection. He is in fact fully present and very aware of what's going on around him. As he looks up, his eyes immediately lock onto the camera. He now knows he is still being watched, and his following gestures will resemble that of someone with suicidal tendencies.
I go up here, huh? No, the flag here.
At face value, these externalized suicidal thoughts may seem genuine to some, but when framed with the rest of his behavior throughout this interrogation, they are exposed for what they really are: an act, a calculated attempt to garner sympathy and paint his character in what he believes to be a more positive light.
All right, how you doing, Nick? You all right? Gotta be able to speak so I can hear you. All right, I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name?
This is a situation where the proof against the suspect is already conclusive. He is without question responsible for the crimes under investigation, making the pursuit of a confession not essential. The police know he did it, but they need to know why he did it, which would already require a complex strategy in order to obtain the correct information. But the suspect's first recorded statements upon his arrest have now made the procedure considerably more difficult.
What's going on today, bro?
The demons, man.
Demons?
Voices.
Voice?
Voices.
Voices and demons?
Where's the voices?
Boy,
What
demon.
happened?
Shut up.
Just be quiet, man.
Shut up.
Demons, man. Voices.
These two words have now forged the primary stratagem of his own interrogation, which is to cut through deception under the guise of supportive examination. The questions will be designed to lock him into a specific narrative about his alleged
Demons,
psychosis,
voice.
while simultaneously giving him the impression that his responses are for his own benefit. Anything he says now can be used to refute any amendments he might come up with at a later stage. We all know that after this interrogation, he will have significantly more time to think, study, and even seek guidance from professionals about how the legal system interconnects with mental illness. Yet the majority of this forthcoming knowledge could be useless to him depending on what he says during these moments. The more details he gives away, the less options he will have for his defense later on. But pursuing this objective is complicated, as there are two very common scenarios for when this type of suspect gets interrogated. And just to be entirely clear, by this type of suspect, we mean someone who is 1. Pretending to be insane, and 2. Not fooling anyone. Their most common response is to simply shut down. They regress into total silence or some type of catatonic state, and the interrogation never gets off the ground. The other common response is the exact opposite. They erupt into hysteria or supposed delirium, and everything from that point forward becomes incoherent. The lead detective, John Curcio, must not allow either of these scenarios to transpire, and this makes the first 2 minutes absolutely crucial. He needs to create a positive first impression and resemble the furthest thing from a threat, while at the same time maintain a presence of authority. His temperament will be easygoing and non-confrontational, but also encouraging when extracting a response. His role at this moment is the ally. He needs to be liked, respected, but must not be feared. Not yet anyway. Going off the suspect's initial demeanor, the detective will know that he is far more likely to regress into a state of silence at this opening stage, and if he can prevent that from happening within the first 2 minutes, he is over the first obstacle.
All right. How you doing, Nick? I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm going to see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name? Come on, Nick. Huh?
Nicholas.
Spell it for me.
Okay.
Come on, I'm old. You got to talk so I can hear you. N-I-K.
Hey, Troy.
O.
L.
Okay. A-S. And what's your middle name? Come on, man. Speak so I can hear you.
Jacob.
Jacob. J-A-C. What's your date of birth? Okay, you need to relax because I'm the last detective or policeman you're going to have to talk to. So right off the bat, that should be somewhat comforting to you to know that I'm the last guy you got to talk to. But the thing about it is, look at me. I got to be able to hear you. Okay? So all I want to do is get basic information from you, and then we'll get into the, whether you want a glass of water, all that stuff. What's your date of birth?
09.
January?
09.
09 September.
The investigation team already know the answers to these basic questions. Their only purpose are to initiate a response, and their non-threatening nature make it more likely for the suspect to engage. They are essentially the opening wedge to get the two-way dialogue flowing. And although the suspect is still partially committed to his catatonic state as we can clearly see, he is still responsive, making it unlikely for him to regress into complete silence from this point forward. Everything up to this moment
Thanks for the sub.
has gone to plan. The detective has one foot in the door.
It's been a hell of a ride. And it's technically this is the last hurdle. After this, oh god. I want to pause just to say, guys, I've been enjoying this stream. He's trying all the streams I did prior. But I am looking forward to a break off this camera, even if it's only for a few hours before I'm back right in with Girly and the drinks and the Hexer and all that shit. That's only going to be about 2 hours on average. Then I'm off again, and I don't have to do it at all for a whole week. I'm free. be brilliant.
And he can now develop the relationship from a more secure position. He goes about this with a standard method of rapport development, the offer of food and water.
All right, let me do this. You want cold water? You don't know if you want cold water?
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to bring in 2 because I want one. It was hot, and then if you decide you want to have it, that's fine. You sure you don't want something to eat? Okay.
The refusal to accept food and water is a familiar response which you may have already seen on this channel. It's a glaring manifestation of shame. This is not to be confused with guilt nor remorse, both of which require the acceptance of responsibility, which in turn directs our focus outwards on the feelings of others. Shame, on the other hand, shifts our focus on the perceptions of others towards ourselves. The subject is afraid of how it will look if he accepts the offer considering the circumstances. He instead wants to appear as if he's so negatively affected by the events that he's unconcerned with meeting his basic needs.
Of course, I have so many different keys.
I passed out with you last time we did this.
All right, I'll be right back.
Well, don't forget we have the beautiful tones of the storyteller to go through, and about for the same amount of time too. Before that, we might as well watch the rest of this.
Once again, his demeanor abruptly switches when the detective leaves the room. With his head buried in his hands, it's anyone's guess as to what is going through his mind at this moment. But what you are about to see next is extremely revealing. Cruz was a left-handed shooter. The surveillance at the school would confirm this, and if you pay close attention to the movements of his hands in the next moments, although very subtle, you can see that he's reimagining holding his weapon. But what's more telling is how his demeanor abruptly stops and then completely switches right before he looks in the direction of the camera. He goes from holding a rifle and beginning to smirk, to then pretending to cry and reverting back to his suicidal mannerisms. This all occurs in under 4 seconds. It could be assumed that for a brief moment, he was not only recollecting the attack, but gaining gratification from doing so. He then remembered he was on film, giving reason for the sharp adjustment. His true self was reliving the attack and enjoying his work, while his false self was so dejected to the point he was externalizing suicidal thoughts. Complete opposites.
No.
His next calculated charade is one of self-harm. He first bites himself without drawing blood, or leaving any marks that were visible in his jail intake photographs.
As you do. I remember he's on camera.
He then
so...
scratches and squeezes at the 2 needle punctures in his arm from where his blood was taken at the hospital. At the very moment the detective re-enters the room, he will act as if he's desperately trying to conceal his self-injurious behavior.
Injurious.
All right.
Setting aside the glaring contradiction that he just murdered and maimed dozens of people while leaving himself without so much as a scratch, it's the frequency of these little charades that makes their deception so transparent. This is a person who is not self-injurious, pretending to be someone that is, but it's such a feeble attempt at feigned self-harm, it would almost be a comical moment if the circumstances weren't as horrific.
So if they're not bleeding anymore and you want them off, we can pull them off. I'll get you a garbage can. You want them off? Just put them on the throw them on the floor in the corner. Alright, this one is mine, because I already opened it. This one's yours in case you change your mind.
The next 4 minutes are the extremely tedious process of getting the subject to engage further through basic questions. The topic of his phone will now be brought up.
What about your phone? Do you have a phone?
I lost it.
When did you lose it?
Today.
Today?
Today.
Okay. What kind of phone is it?
I don't know.
Okay, is it a flip top, an iPhone, a Samsung? It's a phone. What's the number?
It's a rotary phone I have strapped to my back.
Okay.
He will now begin to feign a state of hysteria, which then morphs into a simulated panic attack and fake hyperventilation. The detective will need to refute the act immediately as to not let the subject gain confidence with it, but he also has to maintain rapport and avoid confrontation. He essentially has to tell the subject to knock it off, but in the most passive manner possible.
I can't remember, dude. I can't.
Okay, Nick.
Basically,
Nick,
channeling is
calm down.
Okay.
You've already been medically cleared. I know what's going to be talked about is difficult, but again, you don't remember your phone number. How long you had the phone? How long have you had the phone? Nick, the doctor's already looked at you.
Okay.
Okay, you're fine. You're not having any problems at the moment, and you're perfectly fine. So calm your breathing down, all right? And I want to believe certain things that you're going to tell me, but, you know, if we're getting where you're going to hyperventilate over a phone number, okay? All right.
All right.
So what's your phone number? Huh?
954.
Okay, 954.
The manic episode is somewhat curbed, but the subject is still clearly committed to it.
954-821.
2007.
2000.
No. 1007.
1007. And again, going back to what kind it is. Do you know if it's an iPhone, a
I
Samsung?
don't know.
How long have you had it? Every kid knows what the phone is, man. I got kids your age.
Ever since my mother died.
I know, I heard about that. That's what I was going to talk about next.
This is a turning point. Cruz's adoptive mother had indeed passed away the year prior from pneumonia. The topic is sympathetic towards himself, and it seems to have stopped the feigned hysteria in its tracks. Compared to his neurotic behavior in the minutes leading up to this moment, he all of a sudden appears calm. He is clearly receptive, and thus responsive, to the cue of compassion when it's directed at himself. The detective recognizes this, and although he said he would talk about the subject's mother next, he instead focuses on it immediately to keep him engaged.
All right. So, but you had, since your mom died,
He's
how
a
long has your
lanky
mom
bastard,
passed?
isn't he? Kid.
I can't remember, I think.
Okay. This year or last year?
November.
November? Okay. Okay. When your mom passed, were you living with her?
Yes.
Okay. What city was that?
Parkland.
Parkland?
The subject drops the act and becomes more engaged in the conversation. The detective inquires further about his mother for roughly 3 minutes before shifting the discussion. It focuses mainly on the
anyone?
subject's background, and he first declares that he was depressed for the majority of his childhood. He then reveals his history of drug use, which consists of marijuana and Xanax. After that, he claims to have attempted suicide by alcohol poisoning 2 years ago, but in his own words, was able to sleep it off. He then states that he was employed at the Dollar Tree for the
Whoa.
last 2 years working as a cashier.
So you've been able to hold down a job for 2 years?
Ah.
That's pretty good, right?
Yes.
This is
Other
the
than
one I
Dollar
found on
Tree,
the
where
floor.
else did you ever work?
Lawn mowing.
What?
Lawn mowing.
Lawn mowing? Oh, okay.
Wait, is this?
All right. When you tried to
This
kill yourself with
ladies?
alcohol, your mom was still alive. What were you depressed about back then?
I love it.
Loneliness.
Loneliness?
Loneliness.
Friends? No friends? Or what kind of loneliness? I mean, everybody gets lonely.
Solitude.
Solitude? You don't have a lot of friends?
No.
Okay. Today, when I say today, starting from last night when you went to bed to this morning, did you do any kind of drugs at all? Any Xanax, any marijuana, anything like that? No? Okay.
The subject reveals that he has a biological brother whom he was adopted with. He then claims to have been making $1,200 a month at the Dollar Tree. The discussion now lands on what his aspirations were.
When you weren't depressed, what did you want to be when you got out
A
of
ranger.
A ranger, an Army Ranger? Did you ever apply, fill out any paperwork to try to go to the Army?
I took the asthma, failed.
Okay, why'd you fail?
Because I was stupid.
You what?
I'm stupid.
You're stupid? Okay, were you going to take it again?
I was afraid to take it.
Okay, but you had aspirations to do something with your life. You want to be that's a hell of a thing to want to be an Army Ranger.
The discussion moves on to the subject's gun collection, which continues for roughly 4.5 minutes. The attack on the school is yet to be mentioned, but the last gun to now be discussed was his choice of weapon to commit the massacre.
What made you choose out of all the guns to want to buy an AR-15?
It could be my girlfriend, honestly. I
Cool looking.
don't know, but I'm not complaining if I get to use this tonight.
Now, when you bought it,
Fuck yeah.
I mean, it was a legitimate purchase. They gave you a receipt and everything, right? So you bought it legally, right? Did you fill out those forms and everything? Okay, you remember those forms? Okay.
The detective now shifts the topic onto his former high school, the same place he carried out the attack.
Now, 3 years ago when you went to Douglas, and obviously you stopped going there, why'd you stop going there?
My depression worsened.
Your depression worsened, and what was going on? Did you just stop school on your own, or did some incident happen where?
Yes, some incident.
Well, what was the incident that happened?
Fought a kid.
You fought a kid? You remember the kid's name? Ian. And did you guys both get in trouble for the fight, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what did they do? Suspend you?
They suspended me.
Okay. And what happened from there? After you got suspended, you go back to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened? Why'd you stop going there then?
Felt embarrassed.
You felt embarrassed because you got suspended, or you felt embarrassed because of why?
Because of the fight.
Okay. Well, what was embarrassing about the fight? What were you guys fighting over?
A girl.
A girl? Well, what was embarrassing about it? I mean, did Ian get the better of you? Was that what was embarrassing, or he got the better of you? Okay.
He has just provided the state with a solid argument for a motive. Establishing a reason for an offense is critical when dealing with claims of insanity. It can not only indicate premeditation, but also calculated malice in connection to the crime, something considered absent in the mind of the criminally insane. He also asserts that he was lonely and depressed while attending the school, all of which can reinforce the argument that he was exacting revenge upon the community in which he felt ostracized.
All right, so you go back to school. What ends up happening? You just stop going to school out there, or you got into more problems? Where they
got into more problems.
What was the more problems?
Failing class.
Okay.
Not going to school.
Okay. And this was all while your mom was still alive?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to pause this real quick. It was pretty. This is from her ladyship herself. Pretty darn adorable seeing you sleep yesterday. And I say that, and I realize just how creepy that sounds in any other context. My response back: you and 51 other people. I'm a sleep hoe. Which is true. I am a sleep hoe.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you just stopped going there, or they
I'll
expelled
just let you look at me as
Or I just stopped going and then transferred me.
They transferred you? When they transferred you, was that upsetting to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
As we know, the suspect has made the claim about hearing a voice which he labeled the demon. The detective will now attempt to get a detailed narrative of these perceptual disturbances. He will do so by asking a series of open-ended questions and then continuous follow-up questions thereafter. This will lock him into specific claims about what he was hearing. The more information he gives away, the less he will be able to amend later on. And the more questions that are posed, the more likely he is to make contradictions that can be used against him. The suspect believes this is some type of clinical evaluation for the sake of his own well-being, and this misconception will become glaringly apparent later on. He, at this moment, is oblivious to the fact he is giving information away that will be used to cut through his own defense in years to come.
You go to the hospital, the doctors clear you, and you're talking about demons. What are the demons?
Voices.
Well, tell me about it. What are the voices about?
It's another voice, the evil side.
Okay. And how long has that voice been going on?
Years.
Did you ever tell anybody about the voice?
Woo! Yes.
Never?
Not a good sign.
And what does the voice say to you?
Burn, kill, destroy.
Okay, burn, kill, destroy what?
Anything.
Okay, but have you ever burned, killed, or destroyed anything? What have you burned, killed, or destroyed?
Burned, just fire. Set fire.
To what?
In a pit. Fire.
Oh, a fire pit. Okay, well, I mean, the voice told you to burn something, you built a fire in a fire pit. What's destructive about that? That's what fire pits are made for. What else did the voice tell you to do that's...
Kill animals.
Okay, have you ever killed animals?
Yes.
What kind of animals?
Birds.
Birds? Wild birds or people's
Birds.
pets? How do you kill them?
Birds.
How do you kill them?
Wait for them, kill them.
Oh, can't catch them, so how are you waiting for them?
Out in the grass. Wait for a bird to come up.
I went to
There's no way, man.
place
I'm
called
a bird
KFC.
lover. There's no way. You can't catch a bird, Holmes.
No, I mean like...
With a pellet gun? Oh, okay. Where's your pellet gun?
It broke.
Okay. All right. So the voices tell you to hurt animals and start fires in the fire pit.
To hunt
When was the last time you heard
animals
the voice?
and then throw them into a fire pit. Basically,
Yesterday.
What
Hunt.
time was it yesterday?
the kid discovered hunting.
It was at night.
Okay. And where we
Then
at?
they teach you basic agriculture.
You're at work. So you're at Dollar Tree. And what's the voice telling you?
Hurt people.
To hurt people. Hurt people at Dollar Tree? Or hurt people?
Hurt people in general.
Okay. Doesn't say specifically who? Alright. Can you tell how old the voice is?
My age.
Okay. Do you have a good voice too, or just a bad voice? Is there a voice inside you that says, do good things?
The detective will now start getting confrontational, and the subject's behavior will shift once more in response. You will see him get defensive as he attempts to protect his narrative, and his responses will become much faster. He will even cut the detective off multiple times. Keep in mind that he was barely saying anything at the start of this interrogation.
No?
So it's bad.
Can't be. You held down a job for 2 years. If you were doing things bad, you wouldn't be able to hold a job down for 2 years, right? Okay. I mean, look. Everybody has.
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and bad side. There's people.
No, it's a voice. The voice isn't here, and it's me, just regular me, just trying to be a good person.
Okay.
Set aside his contradicting behavior for a moment and focus
Perhaps a
solely on his
different angle.
storyline. In his ideal scenario, we are to
wackio-
believe that he was battling these supposed voices and, in his own words, trying to be a good person. Yet he was unable to reveal or seek help for this internal struggle until the very moment of his arrest. It was quite literally the second he was confronted with his comeuppance that his supposed demons came to light. Now that he is in custody, with the atrocities already committed, he is somehow able to maintain control over the force that was previously keeping him silent. But a deleted video that would later be extracted from his phone would tell a
that?
very
Nope.
different story.
Jesus.
Hello.
It's gone now.
My name is Nick, and I'm going to be the
Hi.
next school shooter of 2018.
Yes,
My
you
goal is
are.
at least 20 people with an AR-15 and a couple tracer
I wonder if that's the fourth dude that we were looking at earlier. I wonder if he's has anything like, I'm gonna kill people.
rounds. I think I can get done. Location is Stone Douglas in Parkland, Florida. It's going to be a big event. And when you see me on the news, you'll all know who I am.
There are no signs of perceptual disturbances. There is no anguish, doubt, hesitation, or uncertainty when announcing his intentions. By his own narrative, he claims to have continuously fought against the evil intentions of the voice. Yet from a visual standpoint, there is no conflict in this video whatsoever.
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and bad side. There's people.
No, it's a voice. The voice isn't here, and it's me, just trying to be a good person.
Okay. But obviously, again, when you say it's a
Telling me to
voice,
invest
it's
in
you.
cryptocurrency.
It's all you.
And
What do
The
you mean?
voice is you as well.
Yeah.
The voice didn't force you to do anything, right?
defend-
No, the
Indonesia.
voice did. It's two voices.
Uh-huh.
There's one half that's
God,
the
I
good
like-
and then the bad.
Yeah.
His rapidly interchanging behavior has now gone from catatonic to manic to hallucinatory to now highly attentive and cautious.
Okay, well, the voice tells me to go to lunch and not pay for my meal, but I pay for my meal because I know that's the right thing to do, right? Okay, let's talk about it. Because did the voice didn't tell you to take Uber, right?
Yes, it did.
It did?
Yes.
The voice said take Uber.
Yes.
Did
The voice is in me.
You're the
The
voice.
voice reminded me that I had a
There's-
15% gift
here.
card
Okay,
I
it's
could
in your
use it
head.
on.
Yes.
What, is it a male voice or a
Like
female
convince
voice?
someone else to
Male?
join Uber.
The subject was beginning to panic, but the detective dials it in for the time being and switches the discussion back to more trivial matters. It seems that he wants to consult with the investigators outside before maximizing the pressure, and he reestablishes a certain level of trust before leaving the room.
Let me go. I'm going to go back and see what everybody's doing as far as what they need me to do.
You're not a psychologist or anything, or?
No, I'm not. I'm a 59-year-old man who's raised 3 children, so I guess that makes me somewhat of a psychologist.
Think you can give me a psychologist here?
I can certainly ask.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a psychologist before?
No.
My voice is telling me to. No! Don't do it! No! Fuck you, water.
The subject scratches his arm for another 2 minutes. He then switches to a hallucinatory state and appears to be seeing things in the room.
All right. Got some stuff here.
Beep, beep, beep.
The detective will once more dismiss the act by pretending to not see it. He will then pose a question to the subject, and the charade will cease immediately.
You do with the water. Well, you put it back over here. You definitely don't want the water, huh?
It's very interesting to observe his facial expressions at the exact moments he abandons fake behavior. These are the very brief junctures in which his true self appears to surface. It's easy to get distracted by the present situation as he sits there in a hospital gown chained to the floor, essentially helpless to the cunning devices being used against him. But in moments like this, we are reminded of what we're actually dealing with. A very short time ago, he was not helpless at all. He was the one preying on the helpless, offering them none of the sympathy nor mercy of which he is now trying to garner for himself.
All right, this psychologist you want to talk to. Obviously, I would have to tell him what you want to talk to him about. So, what exactly what do you want me to ask him, or why do you want to talk to a psychologist?
Find out what's wrong with me.
Well, what do you think's wrong with you?
I don't know.
The detective in this next segment will attain further information about the supposed voices, only he will no longer have to tread carefully in order to maintain a friendly connection. He will still secure useful information, but also get confrontational as and when he pleases. The risk of frightening the suspect to the point where it stops the interrogation is no longer a concern.
When you hear the voices, are the voices like outside your head or inside your head when you hear them?
Inside.
Okay, so it's not like you don't hear a voice from that corner talking to you. It's inside your head. And is it always the same voice, or is it only one voice?
One voice, same.
And you said it's a man's voice? Yeah.
Yes.
Does it sound
You know
like
that
anybody
makes you
you've
gay,
ever met?
bro.
Anybody you've ever seen
That
on
makes you
TV?
totally gay. Having
Can you
another man
tell
inside
by
you,
an
that makes you
accent?
gay.
Is
I'm
it-
not gay.
What kind of?
No.
Is
Well,
it
they don't have the
old
demon
man,
inside
young
you,
man,
bro.
white man,
Young
black,
man.
young man, about the same age as you think? But it's only one voice you ever hear, right?
Yes.
Do you hear the voice when you're in bed at night sleeping?
Yes.
Do you ever see anything with the voice? Like like, you know, some people say, oh, I see a person sitting in the corner. You don't see anybody sitting over there, do you? It's just me and you, right? All right. Do you always obey what the voice tells you to do?
I try not to.
Okay. Well, how many, on any given week, how many times do you think you hear the voice? All the time?
Once every day.
Once every day? Morning, afternoon, night? Always the same time?
Usually in the afternoon.
About what time?
11 to 12.
Why do you think it's those hours?
I don't know.
It's always around lunchtime? Now, you talked about demons. And then you talk about the
that's
voice.
the demon. The voice is the demon.
The voice is the demon. So there's not
the
two.
person, whoever it is.
Does it have a name?
No name.
Does it ever say, "Hey, my name's Nick"? Does it use your name or use somebody else's name? Just a voice with no name.
Just a voice with no name telling me what to do.
Did the voice tell you to buy that AR-15?
Yelling with a voice with no
Did
name.
it tell you, "Hey, buy that gun, it looks cool"?
I'm
Did the
going to
AR-15 get
pretend
picked
to
out because
be
it was similar to
insane.
the gun that an Army Ranger would carry?
No, it's because
People
of the voice.
died.
What do you think if you didn't buy it? If you said, "Hey, I ain't buying these guns, too expensive," what do you think the voice would have done to you? Did you stop talking to you?
No, tell me to hurt myself.
How would you hurt yourself?
Cut.
You're a cutter?
I'm a cutter.
All right. How
We
many
address
times last
the
time you cut
cutter,
yourself?
but we can.
Earlier,
Earlier when?
when I was fishing.
Earlier today or early?
Earlier today.
Where were you fishing at today?
At a lake.
Okay. Before the school shooting?
Yes.
What did you cut yourself with?
Knife.
Those little scratches on your arms? Let me look at them. Come on, man. I get worse scratches weeding my flower bed than that. You weren't trying to hurt yourself.
Yes, I was. It wasn't sharp enough.
Wasn't sharp enough?
No.
How many knives do you own?
4, 5
How long have you been cutting yourself?
years.
Years? You ever cut
You know,
yourself when you
cats
had to go to
leave
the hospital
more
to get stitches?
wounds than that on an average basis.
When you cut yourself, it's because the voice just told you to cut yourself. And if you didn't talk
People
or
thought
you
I
didn't
was a
listen
cutter
to
when
the
I had a
voice,
cat.
then you were going to be alone
You know,
because your
they
voice
rape you
was your
sometimes,
only
really
friend.
bad.
That's kind of what you're saying.
God
Even though you
damn.
have a biological
Cutters are.
mother.
Yeah.
Since me and you have been
Never
talking,
do
have
that.
you heard the
Never
voices?
got that either.
What's it said?
Saying cut yourself.
For you to cut yourself. Does the voice like me?
Huh?
Does the voice like me?
He doesn't trust you.
Why doesn't he trust me? I'm pretty relaxed, ain't I?
I'm trying to figure that out too.
Well, what doesn't he like about me? I mean, I'm kind of grinning because I want to know what the voice's problem is with me. What doesn't he like about me? I treated you fairly. I've given you water. I talked nice to you. You know.
You're too nice.
I'm too nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times has the voice talked to you while we've
He's
been
the
in the room
nice
here
cop
together?
and the nice cop. The
Wow.
good cop. Good.
Has the voice said jump out of the chair and do anything bad to that policeman?
Saying kill yourself now.
I don't really believe there is a voice, to be honest with
There's a
you.
voice.
No, I don't think there is.
I'm telling you the truth. There is.
No. I mean, I feel you probably want to kill yourself because of what happened, but...
No, the voice is telling me to kill myself.
Okay, but the voice is telling you that the AR-15s is... You like guns, man. You want to be a ranger. You like guns. It's all right. There's cops like that. There's cops who got 50 million guns.
There's cops that go and
You
kill
didn't buy guns because the voice said, hey, today I like Mossbergs, tomorrow I like AR-15s. You like guns.
Mossbergs have a good
Call
kick
a
to them.
psychologist.
I get it. I've already got the questions from some of the psychologists. Some of the questions I asked you were
Is
from...
it?
Yeah.
I see.
That's the ones I asked you. You already...
No.
The questions were obviously from the investigation team and not a psychologist, but the suspect doesn't know this, and it's fascinating to observe his reaction when he sees the questions are not sympathetic in nature. He perhaps thought a psychotherapist would be asking him about his feelings and affording him some type of reassurance after he committed mass murder, and he becomes very unsettled once he realizes the procedure won't be quite as sympathetic.
Voices. Are the inside or outside of your head? What do the voices say? These are all questions I asked you. How many voices? You said one. Whose voice do you think it was? You didn't know.
What's wrong with me?
I don't know. I don't understand why you can't admit you like guns. You want to talk to a psychologist. Why didn't you talk to a psychologist when the voices started?
The voice is telling me not to, and I listen.
The voice was telling you not to talk to a psychologist?
Yeah, but myself, I wanted to.
You ever go to church?
I wanted to.
No, I'm saying ever in your life.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God?
I don't believe in God.
What do you believe in?
This is how the cops
You
actually
like
get
this
their
song, man?
kick. Everyone thinks
Right.
it's racist stuff, but they're
Right,
just
did you
like
believe in demons? Do you
uh,
believe in angels?
trolling
Angels is the good.
school shooting
Demons
kid.
are the bad. But when you say the word demon, you think it's an evil spirit? Or what do you think it is?
A voice.
The subject had earphones in during the mass shooting. The topic now lands on the music he was listening to.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we don't like the same music. What kind of music we listen to? Name the group.
Mark. What was it? Mark.
And
Green.
Billy the Fridge, Evan LeFavor, uh, uh, Endless Jess. Now I can imagine someone going on a killing spree to Endless Jess songs. Scream, scream as I bleed.
You have to help me. Mark what?
Mark
It was
song.
Endless Jess? Yeah, that's it.
What was the song though?
Sad.
That's the name of the song. Sad.
No, Salad Days.
Salad Days.
Oh, geez. That's worse.
Hold on 1 second.
What else?
Oh, you listen to more than one song? What other song you listen to?
Just a lot of sad songs.
All right. Did you pick the music yourself, or did the demon pick the music?
Demon, and then myself probably.
All right. Which ones did you pick?
The sad ones.
Which ones did he pick?
The evil ones.
The evil ones. What's an Well, give me an evil one compared to a sad one. You already gave me a sad one. What's an evil one?
Panzermensch.
What?
Panzermensch.
Panzermensch. And what does that say?
I don't know.
I mean, there's no lyrics to it.
No. Oh, well, there is lyrics, but I don't know what it means.
But is it in English?
No.
What language is it in?
German.
German? Do you speak German?
No.
Then how do you know what the lyrics mean?
I don't.
So they could be happy, right?
I don't know if they're happy or not.
Well, again, you
Yeah,
don't
the
because you
demon-
can't speak it.
The demon chose it. I didn't choose.
But you have one. How long do you think you had them on your playlist?
A long time.
Okay, so you listen to them a lot of times. So you had a playlist of music that the demon helped you pick out, but you picked out some of them. I'm just having a tough time understanding this demon thing.
I know. Nobody understands.
Well, the Xanax you were talking to me about earlier.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the Xanax? On the street or?
On the streets.
So you used to buy that. Other than Xanax and marijuana, what other drugs you never tried? Vodka, PCP, cocaine, heroin.
No.
Okay, Xanax. How many of those did you take when you used to take them?
5.
Okay, 5. What size bar? How big? I mean, what color was it?
Half, sometimes full.
Okay, what color? They all
White.
White. All right, but that was off the street. Did they help you sleep?
It's a power dynamic move.
Drowsy.
Okay. Did it make the demon go away?
Yeah.
When was the last time you think you did Xanax?
A long time.
So if the Xanax helps you get the demons away,
Marijuana does it better.
marijuana does better. When was the last time you smoked marijuana?
Last week.
Last week?
One.
If you're making $1,200 a week, why didn't you smoke marijuana every day to get rid of the demon?
You could almost say smoke weed
It's
every
illegal?
day.
Yeah.
It's illegal. It was illegal whether you do it once a week or once every 5 minutes. So why didn't you choose to get rid of the demon by doing it? Anytime you heard the demon, just light up a blunt. I mean, you had the money, man.
Because I knew it was illegal and I didn't want to do wrong, but he wanted to do wrong.
Okay. So the demon wanted you to do wrong, but then your good side didn't want to do wrong by smoking marijuana?
Even though it made him go away.
Even though it made him go away. Huh. tell the doctor then you had anxiety problems and marijuana and Xanax cured your anxiety and made the demons go away. It seemed like an easy fix, man. If that's true.
He's got a
You
long
sure you didn't
neck.
like the demon voice?
I don't like the demon voice.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Then why didn't you go to a doctor to get rid of it?
It was terrible at ASMR.
I was afraid. I'm just afraid to be.
Why, well, forget that for a second. Let me ask you another crazy question.
Okay.
If the demon,
Yeah.
was the demon there that night?
Fucked with him the whole
beat
time.
you up on campus?
Huh?
Was the demon there that day when Ian beat you up on campus?
Yes. He told me to go up to him.
Okay, so who did Ian beat up? You or the demon?
Me.
Okay, so why didn't the demon do something to stop it?
I didn't do it.
Huh?
Why didn't it?
I don't know. That's a good question because the demons tell you to do all these bad things. Why couldn't the demon get you mad enough to get the best of Ian? I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know either. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. Why? Why?
Beep.
I don't know. The demon's this
I don't know why.
all-powerful thing that tells you to do bad things and you're afraid of it. Why didn't the demon just take over right then when Ian...
Oh, Raisin, did you know that this channel's finished now? I had no idea until I looked up to it because it's been so long since I actually checked in. I was wondering why I hadn't uploaded something in a while.
was getting the best of you and get the best of Ian. Well, why did the demon not do that? Why do you think?
Trying to figure it out.
I don't know. I can't figure it out either because I don't think the demon exists.
I think.
I don't think it exists.
No, like.
I think that them. Go ahead, bud.
Am I able to like think to myself about it?
Yeah, sure.
That's all I'm asking.
Hey, you can think all you want. I'm just.
No, I'm just thinking about the demon.
All right. Well, you want me? I'll leave you to think for a while, and I'll come back and talk to you. I personally, I think you're using the demon as an excuse.
I'm not. I promise.
You could have stopped the demon by getting a prescription for marijuana. You could have stopped the demon by getting a prescription for Xanax. You could have stopped the demon by illegally.
I am pretty good. I'm going to go to bed in... I think I've got a small video left in me before we start the lore. So any suggestions from the chat, I might as well. It can be on anything so long as it's YouTube friendly. And that means, by the way, copyright friendly.
Doing marijuana, which you were doing anyway. You could have stopped the demon by doing Xanax illegally, which you were doing anyway. You could have stopped the demon anytime you want. You didn't want to stop the demon.
The subject seems to be coming to the realization that he's not going to be treated as a victim. As he begins to meet this reality, you will notice him exhibit signs of fear. You will then see him attempt to escape the confrontation by feigning a state of psychosis once more. The detective will recognize this, but this time will not afford reassurance. He will instead apply further condemnation, and a visibly frightening realization will engulf the suspect from that point forward. It's essentially the very beginning of retribution. The detective introduces him to the rest of his life at this moment.
No, that's not true.
You didn't. You could have. I've given you 4 ways you could have stopped the demon, man. Okay, now you're just acting like that because...
No.
Okay, well, relax. You're just acting like that because I'm making sense. Calm down. I'm making sense, and you don't like when it makes sense.
No.
Because it doesn't fit into the story you're telling right now.
No, I'm telling you the story. It's true. It's just,
Well, why are you looking at your arm now?
I'm trying to understand why.
Well, why didn't you want to stop the demon?
I don't know.
Because I think you like the demon.
No, I don't.
Why didn't you stop it then?
I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon.
Well, that's if the demon even exists.
Can I get an attorney or something?
You want what? An attorney?
Yeah.
Did the demon or the voice just tell you to get an attorney?
Okay. Fucking with him now.
All right. Will you tell the voice that don't hit yourself in the head Because the attorney the demon just requested, I will stop talking to you.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
You're scared of what?
Scared. Why wouldn't he protect me?
What?
Why wouldn't he protect me, man?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't he protect me?
All right. Well, again, your demon wants an attorney. Does the demon know an attorney? Any name in particular? Okay. All right. Well, just relax. You're done talking to me. And once again, I grabbed the wrong key.
Eh.
All right. Do me a favor. Stay seated. Put your hands, kind of sit forward on your chair. I'm going to put handcuffs behind you. Since you keep talking about hurting yourself. Hold on. Put your hand behind your back. No, not behind the chair. Behind your back. I don't want to make you that uncomfortable.
Oh, why don't you want me to hurt myself?
Because what did the demon say about me? I'm a nice guy.
Damn. Somebody is walking. Fuck. That is what this kid is
Nicholas
today.
Cruz was taken to the Broward County Jail, where he remains in isolation to this day. His trial date is yet to be scheduled.
The 20-year-old has been held without bond since last year's mass shooting that left 17 people dead. His attorney
Nerd. Also mass murderer.
said he would plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, but prosecutors rejected that offer and are seeking the death penalty.
Yeah. Womp. So, shall we get the Sleepyboy started, or does anyone have anything they want me to see? It can't really be too long. Quick check at my hold on, quick check at this. I'm not ending my night with fucking Lucas. Charlie, no, I want to watch. I don't want to watch Charlie right now. No, well, I think we should just. I think we should just wrap it up now. There's probably something There's probably plenty to watch on stream. It's just. What? Oh God, I don't want to end. All right, all right, all right, right. Now, what I'm gonna do now is first of all tell you all that from here on out we will be winding down with a more or less a audio book as I drift off to sleep till the audiobook is completed, and then I will be asleep. Unless, of course, I'm still awake an hour and a half into it, which would not be totally unheard of in my humble opinion. Let me. What the hell? Where is the bloody? I did it the last time. There it is. Right. One less light, anyway. So, your boy is going to be drifting off to sleep as he did last night. I've already explained. But what will happen during the night is, if any of you amazing people, or people who have yet to show up yet, decide to... I'll actually leave it here. Decide to pop into the chat and donate to Wake. I will be woken up to this nightmare.
This is a test donation for $46.
I'm actually glad that the body is round. Kitty is still there. It's actually really easy to change up your OBS like that. Obviously not a requirement. We'll put it here because I did notice my face was covered yesterday. Yeah. It's I did something similar to this like a year or two ago, where it was a Sleepyboy stream and I had that sound effect. And yeah, once or twice I woke up during the night to that, so I decided, hey, I kind of need to raise a little bit of cash, so fuck it. Set alarm, 8 a.m. I don't need to be so late. So how about 10? Probably won't. I probably won't be. I'll probably be already awake at 10, but fuck it. All right, set alarm for 10 o'clock. Set alarm. So, where is our beautiful, beautiful shoddy cast? Here it is. I'm going to turn the phone off because that'll constantly update throughout the night, and that will. Besides which, my phone needs to charge. Ooh. I left a compliment on a lewd Twitter girl pictures, and she said thanks in a playfully charming way. Guys, I think she likes me. If I had any spare funds, I'd gladly torment you. You're totally fine. No one has to do anything. I know I've been a little bit harsher than normal with trying to promote the stream goal, but it's not a requirement. I don't regret doing this stream. I like the charge cord. Yeah, I found it when I was cleaning the thing up. It's all glowy. It's actually also a really good cord. This thing's already at 35% charge, and there was only about maybe less than a 10% afterwards. Listen, I got a great workout over the past 2 days. Yesterday more than today, but watched a lot of stuff, found new content, kept the algorithm busy with me. I have a purple one somewhere. Nice. Overall, I've just been keeping busy, so I can't really complain. I suppose I could have used that time to do the rest of the beard video, but I can do that over the weekend. But I said I'd go and do something, and I did it. I've given you a weekend stream, and you got the rest of tonight and a little bit of the morning. But as it is, like, I don't mind. I've got plenty of cash for the trip, and I would never want you to think that I would like start e-begging. We were looking at Shani earlier, and she was just waiting for people to give her money. It was just insane. Like, some people think that they're owed shit. I'm not owed anything. As long as you guys had fun with me over the past few days, that's good, because I've had fun with you. And don't forget, I'm gonna be on an evening with Girly. So we got the rest of the evening, and we got the rest of the night. A little bit more of the storyteller to go through, and then that's it. My computer has lots of lights, cords, everything. You ever get that chair I showed you? It's gonna just get ridiculous. I'm tempted to buy it, especially after trying out my old chair. Oh my god, this bed has to stay. I don't have any chairs around here that could actually work. I was in so much pain. This isn't hurt at all though. So at the very least, I'm able to stay comfortable. Was it fun, sir? You helped keep me sane this weird time in my life. You need it. I'm surprised I'm the one doing it. I'm sure other people have been helping too, which is great. But listen, I'm procrastinating now, okay? Let's we're currently just started the Great Cons with the storyteller. So I'll restart his segment on the Great Cons. And I am going to go and put this here. When he's finished, I'm going to turn my headphones off, probably because they'll need the battery charge. And then I will turn, and the TV will be automatically set on. Which means that when you guys, on the off chance someone donates, we're all going to bloody hear it. You'll suffer with me. Anyway, here we go. I've got the alarm set. I don't need anything else. Probably will toss and turn for a little bit. And then time for bed. Then I'll just drift off. So, good night, everyone. It has been fun.
Fallout Lore, Chapter 9, The Great Cons. At night, the wasteland is dotted with towns that light up the darkness. Each one is some settler's attempt at rebuilding civilization. But some folks just don't take so well to civilization. The wasteland holds endless wonders and mysteries, and you'll never see them from within the walls of one village. Life on the road doesn't leave time for growing crops or herding Brahmin, so some people survive by taking what they need. Such predatory behavior is hardly commendable, but it does take strength to live the life of a raider, and who doesn't respect strength? Every few miles there's some new group of raiders on the prowl, always certain that their strength gives them the right to prey on the weak. And every damned one of them has a theatrical name and flamboyant heraldry. The fiends, the jackals, the yakuza. Every pack of chem addicts that stumbles across a history book just decides to play dress-up and terrorize the nearest village. Fortunately, most raider gangs don't last long. Entire groups can be exterminated in one fight gone wrong, or the whole lot can overdose on a batch of Med-X that's been cut too pure. But a few of the raider gangs have managed to stick around for generation after generation, and the most resilient by far is the Cons. A long time ago, many years before even the Great War, there was a place called Mongolia, home of the Cons, some of the toughest warriors the world had ever seen. They were led by a man called Genghis, and under his rule they came closer to conquering the world than anyone else. Even 1,000 years later, people still know the name. The Khans of the modern wasteland aren't actually descendants of the originals from Mongolia. They came out of Vault 15 and 2121, along with a few other raider gangs, the people who founded the village of Shady Sands. The folks that settled down in Shady Sands couldn't wait to start rebuilding civilization, but the rest, they took a liking to the wasteland just as it was. Some of those survivors from Vault 15 formed a gang called the Vipers, a band of kooks that worship snakes. They'll be remembered in the holotapes because one of them managed to kill the High Elder of the Brotherhood of Steel a century ago. By all accounts, it was just a lucky shot with a poisoned arrow, and it led to them being nearly exterminated by the Brotherhood in return. But the Vipers are nothing compared to the most infamous raider gang that came from Vault 15. The Khans. The Khans value strength above all other qualities. When that vault opened, they knew that the world had become a place where the strong would thrive while the weak became prey. For years they ranged through the remains of Arizona and California, stealing what they could carry, raising anything left behind. Under the leadership of a man called Death Hand, they thrived in an age where other bands barely managed to survive at all. In time, Death Hand grew old, his body covered in scars from a lifetime of battle. Even then, there was only one person who had the might to best him in a fair fight: his own son, Garl. The Khans would only accept leadership from the greatest warrior among them. There is no truer test of a person's strength than a fight to the death. Garl killed his own father for the right to lead the Khans, and took the title of Death Hand as his own. He led the Khans in their raids against Shady Sands and other towns in New California for years afterwards. Many settlers considered him nothing more than a bullying, low-life brute, but others suspected that Garl Death Hand was merely seeking a worthy foe. If Garl had played his cards right, he might have lived long enough to have a son of his own, and one day pass on the title of Death Hand, but before he could produce an heir, he met his end. In 2162, Garl and his gang had kidnapped a girl from Shady Sands, and she turned out to be the mayor's daughter, Tandy. That was a step too far for the people of Shady Sands, and it wasn't long before some do-gooder in a Vault 13 jumpsuit showed up at the primary Khan's camp demanding that Garl release her. The legend of the Vault Dweller had just begun, and the Khans couldn't have known just what they were up against, but Garl had finally found a true equal to face in combat. The Khans were hardly the greatest threat that the Vault Dweller had to deal with, and they weren't even mentioned in the Dweller's memoir. Once a damsel in distress, Tandy went on to become president of the New California Republic, where she turned the NCR into a powerhouse that Khans could never hope to match. Only one Khan managed to survive the camp massacre, a boy named Darien, who hid during the ruckus. Darien would talk people's ears off about that day, but he was hardly a reliable source of information. To hear him tell it, the Vault Dweller was a bloodthirsty killing machine, and Tandy an unstoppable engine of destruction. Maybe the Vault Dweller really was a vicious monster, but probably Darien was just ashamed that he had survived by hiding while all of his friends died honorably in combat. Darien spent the rest of his life trying to atone for his act of cowardice. He created a gang called the New Khans and spent 80 years harassing Tandy and the people of her New California Republic. He and Tandy both lived to a ripe old age, and while she moved on with her life, Darien just couldn't let go of that one day. He spent decades living in fear that the Vault Dweller would return to finish the job. What Darien lacked in courage, he made up for in leadership. His new Khans were a bunch of real bruisers, maybe even tougher than the gang from the old Death Hand days. These new Khans were such terrors that they even took control of Vault 15 right under the NCR's nose. Tandy couldn't let that stand, so she sent an operative to deal with the new Khans. That operative just happened to be a direct descendant of the Vault Dweller who had slaughtered the original Khans. The old bird probably got a laugh at that. By that time, Darien was a half-crazed old man, but he went down with a hell of a good fight. The Vault 15 security system recorded his final battle, and he would have made Garl Death Hand proud. Even though Darien was dead, the Khans lived on. A handful of raiders away from Garl's camp survived and carried the legacy of the Khans with them. The largest group lived away on the fringes of the NCR under Papa Khan, called the Great Khans to honor their illustrious heritage. In 2267, Papa led them east where they discovered the ruins of Vegas. That was years before Robert House had unleashed his army of robots. The Great Khans found a home among the hardened tribals that inhabited Vegas back then. There the Khans could test their mettle against the other warriors. They wouldn't have to worry about the Vault Dweller's great-grandkids showing up to kill them all. The Great Khans had a few good years there, until Mr. House decided to send out his Securitron army and civilize the inhabitants of his town. About the same time the NCR had begun to spread east into Nevada, too. The Great Khans know more than anyone that annihilation is an ever-present threat in the wasteland. They suddenly faced a war against two armies, so they chose to abandon Vegas rather than tempt fate. Outside of Vegas, they were of little interest to House, but they still fought NCR troops at every opportunity. The New California Republic had grown increasingly ruthless in its efforts to acquire new territory, and there are those in the Mojave who saw the Great Khans as victims of NCR hegemony. The two groups had been enemies for generations, and their battles were fought with little mercy from either side. The NCR eventually won a decisive victory, though, the Battle of Bitter Springs, although most people around the Mojave call it the Bitter Springs Massacre. Bitter Springs was identified by NCR Intel as the Khans' base of operation. The NCR cornered the Great Khans and invaded the camp. That's when the Khans started evacuating the camp down a nearby canyon. First recon troops stationed there opened fire and killed most of the gang. They thought they were shooting raiders flanking their troops, but they ended up killing women and children, old folks too. Almost anyone who was at Bitter Springs has a different account of what happened. It might have been a mistake, some miscommunication between the NCR commanders, or bad reconnaissance at the site. Or it could have been a deliberate act of genocide. More than a few NCR troops just walked away from the army after that. Even if the massacre can be blamed on bad intel, the soldiers who pulled the trigger still had to hold themselves accountable for their own actions. Some of them have taken jobs as mercenaries protecting towns in the Mojave. Get them drunk enough and they might talk about what they did at Bitter Springs. Though most of them are drinking just so they can forget. The Khans, of course, can never forget Bitter Springs. The massacre left the Great Khans a broken people. The ones that survived limped away to the west, way out in Red Rock Canyon. There the Great Khans are out of the way of the NCR and New Vegas. They lack the brute force and numbers to survive as raiders like in the old days, and now they make a living by manufacturing chems and selling them to other raider gangs. Papa Khan is aware of just how far his people have fallen, and the NCR bears the full weight of his wrath. He has even accepted envoys from Caesar in the hope that joining the Legion will allow him some final act of revenge against the NCR in the coming war. A fool's hope, but that might be all that the once great Khans have left. They have little choice but to hide in their canyon, lamenting their lost power. Still, even a group of broken-down chem dealers have it pretty good when compared to some people in the wasteland, if you can call them people. There are wretches out there who'd be happy just to have skin that isn't rotting off their faces. Fallout Lore, Chapter 10, Ghouls. The radiant heat of an atomic bomb can turn a human body to ash in an instant. The shockwave can crush bones and burst organs for miles in every direction. And those unfortunate enough to survive will soon succumb to the unseen threat of radioactive fallout. Most bodies will lay down and die once they've absorbed enough radiation. A horrible death that takes days, but may be better than the alternative that some people face, ghoulification. Plenty of people in the wasteland will shoot ghouls on sight. They look like zombies or mummies, monsters right out of old horror vids. The tragedy is that most ghouls are just as intelligent now as they were back when they were human. They're perfectly aware of what's happened to them. There's still plenty of them that have gone feral, though. Spend enough time in a rotting body, and they degenerate into little more than animals that attack any human they see. Most folk think it's better to just shoot first and worry about being called a bigot later. We're not sure why some people turn into ghouls, while others just keel over after being exposed to radiation. The history tapes don't mention ghouls existing before the Great War, so something must have changed back around the end of the 21st century. Well, a lot of things changed, but even the best minds of the wasteland can't figure out which factor causes ghoulification. The planet was covered with unprecedented levels of radiation. Some of the sites holding stockpiles of forced evolutionary virus were hit in the war, and trace amounts of the virus were released into the atmosphere. Humanity's gene pool had also been reduced from billions of people down to a smattering of survivors, many of which had been selected by Vault-Tec for dubious purposes. Ghoulification might happen when folks get just the right dose of radiation. Or maybe it's an effect of forced evolutionary virus combined with radiation. Could even be a hereditary trait that was always present in humanity, but only activated by high levels of radiation exposure. Walk the wasteland long enough, and you'll find evidence for all these theories and more. When the Great War happened, thousands of people made it to Vault-Tec facilities in time to survive the nuclear bombardment. Most of them were kept safe from the ensuing fallout, but there is one vault, number 12, where the doors didn't close all the way. They shielded most of the radioactivity, but just enough got through to turn Vault 12's population into ghouls. Every one of them was chosen by Vault-Tec. They have a history of rigging their vaults to experience theatrical malfunctions, so it can't be a coincidence that the doors failed to seal up. This supports the notion that ghouls have a pre-existing dormant trait. But it could also mean that the scamps at Vault-Tec knew the exact amount of radiation to let in. Either way, the ghouls who lived in Vault 12 used their pre-war technology to create a prosperous, if unsightly, town. Humans stayed away from the place, though naming the town Necropolis probably didn't help with tourism. The ghouls got along pretty well by themselves for close to a century. One of the few good parts about a ghoul is they don't age like humans do. Some of the pre-war ghouls are still kicking today. Unfortunately, most of them were killed a while back, because Necropolis was one of the first places to be overrun when the Master unleashed his mutant army. The mutants stormed in, hoping to find a vault full of pure strain humans with no trace of mutation. They must have been hopping mad to learn that all that was left of Vault 12's gene pool was a bunch of radioactive zombies. The ghouls managed to keep an uneasy truce with the super mutants for a couple of years, but eventually the mutants turned on them and slaughtered most of the town. It was nearly 100 years after the Great War, but the folks from Vault 12 finally made it into their graves. Some of the surviving ghouls made it to the few settlements that would tolerate their kind, like Broken Hills, where they lived with humans and mutants alike. Others just set up shop in places too heavily irradiated for anyone to bother them. Another perk of being a ghoul is that they don't get sick from radiation exposure. Hell, some of them even feed off the stuff and get a robust, healthy glow when they're around it. A few of them settled in a town around near a broke-down nuclear reactor in California. They got it running again, even though it probably wasn't up to its pre-war safety standards. They were smart enough to trade their electricity with the surrounding cities, too. They had the idea that if they could provide enough power to their neighbors in Vault City, then they might be able to use some of that Vault-Tec medical equipment to find a cure for being a ghoul. Nothing ever came of that idea, though. Vault City wasn't known for helping out their neighbors back in those days. A few scientists are still looking for a cure, including a ghoul doctor in Washington, D.C., but there aren't any tales of ghouls being miraculously renewed. Plenty of hucksters are looking to trick them into thinking there's a cure, or a better world waiting for them in the sky. Not far from the Colorado River is a glowing preacher who claims he's going to take his flock of faithful ghouls to some sort of utopian space paradise. That is, if they can get their spaceship repaired. Back in the town of Gecko, they had some mysterious genius hidden away beneath the town with a plan to renew their humanity somehow. They should have been a little suspicious, since the cunning plan involved gathering large amounts of cheese-flavored snacks. Large ghoul settlements are rare these days, because many factions within the wasteland have tried to annihilate them entirely. The Enclave has attempted genocide twice in the last 40 years, and the Brotherhood of Steel isn't exactly sympathetic to their plight either. There's a secret ghoul city built into an old museum out in Washington, D.C. They have a lady who remembers the days before the bombs fell. She tries to help out the unfortunate people who have recently transformed. Yeah, people are still turning into ghouls. Doesn't happen often, but every now and then some lucky bastard will spend too much time near a hot spot and find themselves slowly turning into a walking hunk of beef jerky. A person can never tell if they'll ghoulify. Even if they stay away from radiation, they can still end up looking a ghoul if they get exposed to the forced evolutionary virus, the stuff that created the super mutants. Normally, when someone is dipped in a vat of FEV, they come out looking Boris Karloff with a touch of seasickness. But there's a few mutants who developed other forms of genetic aberration. Holotapes recovered from the Master's old base in Mariposa speak of people who gained psychic powers and other unique alterations. A couple of these failed attempts at perfecting the super mutants ended up looking just like ghouls. One of them used to live out in the boneyard to the west, joined up with the followers of the apocalypse over a century ago. Their records say he was an ordinary human before he was dipped in the FEV vats. He was pure strain human, too, fresh out of one of the vaults, but he still came out of the vats looking like a brain eater. He might still be alive out there, too, if his mutation gave him the same long lifespan of the other mutants. There's another old mutant who emerged from the vats looking just like a ghoul. He was a survivor of the Great War and was the first mutant to walk the wasteland, or at least that's how he tells the story. He calls himself Harold, and he claims that he had a hand in just about everything that happened over the last 200 years. He survived the Great War inside one of the nicer vaults, and used to know the super mutant master back when the master was just an ordinary human. Also claims he was good friends with the Vault Dweller who defeated the super mutant army a century ago. Funny that Harold isn't mentioned in the Vault Dweller's own memoir. Harold even said that he helped the Chosen One bring down the Enclave when they tried to take over California. That might have happened. Plenty of people remember both of them being in the town of Gecko at the time. But Harold's got a fuzzy memory, so take his stories with a grain of salt. Being over 200 years old will make a body go a little senile, and Harold's got some unusual problems with his brain on top of old age. It started out as a little twig growing out of his head 100 years ago, some side effect of his mutation. Over the decades, that little branch just kept growing and growing until Harold ended up more tree than man. He wandered the country for years at his own deliberate pace. Then he took root out east in a desolated spot. By that time, he looked more like a face growing out of a tree than of a tree growing out of a zombie. He even gave off seeds that took root in the surrounding soil, so he ended up attracting a cult of tree worshippers who thought he was some kind of forest god restoring the earth. They pester him all day long, seeking his divine wisdom, and poor old Harold just can't find any peace. They're mostly harmless, and they'll even let travelers in to see Harold if you agree to drink their psychedelic tree sap. Harold enjoys the company, likes having someone around to hear his bad jokes. Not much coherent news comes out of Oasis these days, but travelers from the capital wasteland say that the trees north of Washington, D.C. have been looking a mite greener the last few years. That could be due to the Brotherhood of Steel purifying the water in the D.C. basin, but it would be nice to think that old Harold was still out there, making the world a more colorful place. Harold has walked across just about every bit of the wasteland in his 200 years, although he stayed out of the Mojave for the most part. There's a man, a courier, who has traveled all over the Mojave, discovering its secrets and carrying messages from its highest mountains to its deepest divides. Fallout Lore, Chapter 11, Ulysses. There were some mighty inhospitable places in this world even before the war. Deserts that could sear the life from a man as fast as any radioactive crater. Rivers so polluted they'd catch fire. And lawless lands ruled by brutal fanatics. It was a bad enough place that some people even looked forward to the apocalypse. A chance for humanity to start over and build a new society that was worthy of its people's loyalty. There are some folk who are proud to wear the flags of the new societies that have appeared in the aftermath. The Brotherhood, the Enclave, New California Republic, even some slaves in the Legion who are proud of the bull symbol embroidered on their clothes. But the flags of the old world are still out there for travelers who care to look. The red, white, and blue, and the stars and stripes appear all over the Mojave. They're a code, a message for someone. Can't say who they're for, but the man who made the marks isn't shy about making his presence known. He traveled through the Mojave as a messenger of the Mojave Express out of Prim, concealing his role as one of Caesar's frumentari. He calls himself Ulysses. That's a name from the old Roman times, and one that belonged to a general who fought in one of America's most bitter wars, Ulysses Grant. The Mojave's Ulysses named himself after this general, a hero who united two nations under a single flag. America's flag on his back is a symbol of that dedication. That is just one example of his beliefs. Ulysses is a man who respects symbols. He spent his life trying to find one that he could be proud to wear. It began with the tribe he was born into, the Twisted Hares. They wore their hair in braids to symbolize their life and achievements, and Ulysses has honored that tradition throughout his life, even after the tribe was assimilated by Caesar's legion. He's a loyal man, too, and that is both a virtue and a curse in the wasteland. Despite seeing his tribe betrayed and enslaved by Caesar, Ulysses still remained loyal to the legion. Give that man a cause, and he'll fight under its flag. He carried the symbol of the bull with him throughout Nevada, and was the first in the Legion to discover Hoover Dam, where he spotted the Rangers from the New California Republic. The Rangers had their own flag. Their totem was the two-headed bear of the NCR. These were men who shared his respect for symbols, and Ulysses knew that the bull and bear would battle to the death over that dam. He didn't fight in the battle for Hoover Dam himself. Caesar had sent him further west to cut the NCR supply lines. Interstate 15 used to be a highway where cars and trucks rolled at speeds faster than a Deathclaw and jet. 2 centuries after the war, it was known as the Long 15. and it saw its fair share of traffic with Brahmin carts bringing food and ammunition to NCR soldiers. The road served as a jugular vein for the bear's two heads. Shortly before the NCR clashed with the Legion at the dam, Ulysses was out by the Long 15 in a town called Hopeville. That's the sort of name they like to give places back before the war. Putting the word hope in the name didn't save the place when the Great War struck, though. Got hit pretty bad, and it took years before folks started settling back in. Seems there was a courier who frequented that route on trips between California and the Mojave. Funny that Ulysses and this other courier could walk the same road for years and never meet face to face. But that other courier helped build up Hopeville and neighboring town of Ashton. The place was looking mighty promising a few years ago, thanks to the work of that one courier. Ulysses saw the symbols of the old world in that restored community. He realized that the stars and stripes had the potential to be greater than the bear and bull combined. Hopeville and Ashton could have been a new home for him, free of the war between the Legion and NCR, a starting point for a nation that was worthy of his loyalty. But hidden away under those towns was a secret. No one knew that back before the war, they were actually used to hide missile silos. Those atomic warheads that slept nice and quiet for 200 years, like mythological beasts from a primeval past. Whatever old-world talisman was supposed to wake them for the Great War never arrived. Well, it didn't arrive until a couple of years ago. Without warning, the missiles started launching and exploding right under the towns. It was the second time Armageddon, and it ripped the land open, torn the streets, filled the ground with invisible radioactive fire, and set up dust storms that could skin a man alive. Why did they suddenly detonate after all that time? The only person who made it out of there was Ulysses, and whatever he knew about it, he's kept to himself so far. Even though he escaped, there are still some souls living in the ruins of Hopeville. The NCR soldiers and Legion troops who were fighting over the place when the warheads blew are trapped there now. The radiation changed them, mutated them into something akin to the ghouls we have in the rest of the wasteland. The harsh sandstorms flayed them alive, but their mutation kept them going even when their skin scoured off. Their red, exposed flesh marks them as the unfortunates who survived a second apocalypse, and their rage unites them against anyone who enters their land. Their identities as NCR or Legion are gone. The only vestige of those former lives are the scraps of old uniforms they wear. Luckily, they grow weak when they stray from the radioactive soil of this place they call the Divide now. Few people have laid eyes on them, except for a couple of couriers and a foolhardy storyteller in rusty power armor. Ulysses managed to escape with his hide intact because of the automated medical technology in the Divide. The place was full of robots, including those little floating iBots that the Enclave used to have out east. There must have been pre-war machinery in the Divide that could duplicate the iBots and modify them to do the work of autodocs. After climbing out of the ruins of the Divide, Ulysses was still loyal to Caesar for a time. Before he took his final trip back to the Divide, he was sent by the Bull to the Great Salt Lake in Utah. There he manipulated the Whitelegs tribe into doing Caesar's will. He would inflict the same fate that had befallen his own tribe onto the Whitelegs, all to kill one man. Joshua Graham was one of the few men that Caesar feared had allied himself with another tribe in the area. So Ulysses taught the Whitelegs how to wage war with Roman brutality and 21st century weapons. The Whitelegs were unaware that their alliance with the Legion would eventually be their undoing, and they hailed Ulysses as a hero, and honored him by mimicking his braided hair. They still wear it that way today, unaware that he considered it to be a mockery of his dead kinsmen, the Twisted Hairs. His days of meddling with the tribals of Utah might have been the breaking point of his loyalty to the Legion. Not long after that, he took to wandering the wasteland pursuing his own goals. He set about destroying the new America that seemed hell-bent on repeating the mistakes of the old. He knew that a weather station in a place called the Big Empty was connected to the sandstorms in the Divide, so he trekked into the deepest parts of the wasteland to find it. There he braved the roving bands of lobotomized slaves and attacked robots to restore the Divide, and maybe the spirit of America too. He left his marks while he was there, but he didn't leave many more after that. His travels must have taken him all over the Mojave and beyond, but all we know is that he was in the town of Primm recently. The logbooks at the Mojave Express office there show that he was hired to take something important to the New Vegas Strip, but he turned down the job. Some other courier took the package, whatever it was. After that, Ulysses disappeared back into the divide. He left a series of messages behind him as he went, most of them addressed to another courier, Courier 6. Maybe that's the same courier who used to travel through the divide years ago, or the courier who took that last job at the Mojave Express. Whoever it is, Ulysses was calling them to the divide for some reason. Maybe someone answered that call already. A mushroom cloud went up over the sky near Hopeville a while ago. Could have been Ulysses settling a score with that courier, although he'd have to have one hell of a grudge if it involved nuking that town for the third time. Ulysses has seen his tribe destroyed, his new home shattered, and loyalty spurned. He turned to the old world when the new one failed him. He's a man who could make any spot in the wasteland his home, but he chose to stay in the divide because of what it symbolized for him. Lately there's been a person out there in the ruins above Hopeville, keeping a lonely vigil over the broken land. Has the lean body of a messenger, and wears the flag of the old world on their back. It might be that other courier wearing a duster like the one that Ulysses used to wear. Or it might be Ulysses himself. After years of living only for his hate, he might have made peace with himself and the courier. Decided to keep watch over the divide and prevent the raging red-skinned monsters from trying to enter the Mojave. The wasteland has enough problems already, and lots of folk would find it comforting to think that Ulysses has come to the end of his journey, delivered his final message, and is content to stand guard over one place for a while. Ulysses was one of the greatest assets the Legion had, but even he was far from the deadliest. Fallout Lore, Chapter 12, The Burned Man and the Monster of the East. Walk the wasteland long enough and anyone will gather a few scars. Gecko bites, laser burns, scorpion stings. The little scars make for nice talk at parties, but some scars are so deep, so big, that they end up defining a person for the rest of their lives. You see a man burned head to toe and he keeps on walking, or someone with their face torn off who refuses to lie down and die. That's a person who has more important things to do than tell you their story over a bottle of Nuka-Cola. When Caesar and his legion came upon the Hoover Dam in 2277, he knew that it was his destiny to march his army across the Colorado River, just as the first Caesar had crossed another river 2,000 years before. Unlike the original Caesar, this new Caesar found himself facing a foe that would not yield at the mere sight of an approaching army. The new California Republic was just as determined to hold that dam as the Legion was to take it. When the battle came, Caesar's legate made several mistakes in the command of his forces. A combination of overzealousness and righteousness made the Legion an easy victim for a trap laid by the NCR, and the resulting debacle put an end to the Legion's march west. Now they wait on the far bank of the Colorado River, rebuilding their army with fresh slaves taken from the fiercest tribes east of the dam, looking for a way to send the NCR running in earnest terror. The man who led them to their catastrophic defeat had been Caesar's first general. At the time, he went by the title Malpais Legate, but he was once known as Joshua Graham, one of Caesar's oldest friends. Like all men, Caesar feared the unknown and placed his trust in the people he knew best. Malpais Legate might have been the person best qualified to lead the assault, and simply fell victim to a cunning ploy by the NCR commanders. Or maybe Caesar was unable to see the limits in his old friend's abilities, and should have led the charge himself. Either way, Malpais was punished for his failure in the worst way the Legion could find. Burned alive and thrown into the Grand Canyon. Even if Graham managed to survive, he'd be disfigured and in agony for the rest of his life. The next time that the Legion sets out to take that dam, they'll need a new legate in command of their army. They'll need someone who can stir genuine fear in the hearts of the NCR troops. And they already have the perfect candidate. Joshua Graham ended his career with defeat and disfigurement, but his replacement joined the Legion through the same path. Radiation, mutation, cybernetics, these can all create monsters, but the one they call the Monster of the East is just a man. He was not created by science, but by rage. Like all those who were assimilated into the Legion, he once went by another name, although that name is lost to history. He was the greatest warrior of the Hydebark tribe to the east. His brute strength and massive size put him on the path of the warrior at a young age. By the time he was an adult, He had become the most feared man in his tribe. He was their defender, and the neighboring tribes learned to avoid Hyde-Bark territory. When the Legion first arrived, they quickly discovered that any soldier who entered Hyde-Bark lands would be slaughtered by a giant swordsman who left behind a trail of bodies cleaved by a massive blade. The Legion named this unseen terror Lanius, the Latin word for butcher. There are very few tales of the Hyde-Barks that do not center around Lanius, a clan of savages whose only remarkable feat is that they survived for 200 years after the bombs fell. As Lanius grew to manhood, the tribe in turn grew to depend on him too much. With such a terrifying champion to fight their battles for them, the Hyde-Barks became soft and weak over time. Their chieftains needed neither wisdom nor might to flourish, so long as Lanius was there to protect them. When the Legion arrived looking for new tribes to enslave, the chieftain of the Hyde-Barks feared that this was a threat even Lanius could not defeat. The tribesmen chose to surrender to Caesar, rather than face death in battle. It was a weakling's gamble that gained them nothing. Although Caesar accepted their surrender, Lanius considered it a betrayal that the leaders of his tribe would prefer the many deaths of a coward over a single valiant moment on the battlefield. He killed them himself as the Legion watched. Although Lanius was capable of bringing down 16 men single-handedly, he barely survived. His strength impressed Caesar. He was offered a place of honor in the Legion. With his respect for his own tribe gone, he accepted on the condition that he be allowed to exterminate the remaining warriors of the Hyde-Barks. The history and identity of the clan has been erased by the Legion. They are now known only as one of 86 tribes that were united by Caesar. A footnote in a scroll lying at the bottom of a chest in Caesar's tent. The women of the Hyde-Barks have been scattered throughout the Legion as slaves, and the boys are now grown into soldiers of the Legion. The men of the Hyde-Bark clan? Only one remains, Lanius, the monster of the East. Lanius has no love for the Legion. They employ deceit and trickery when assimilating new tribes, and Lanius is a man of very direct methods. He is loyal to Caesar himself, though, and values the opportunity to prove his honor with each new tribe that he conquers in Caesar's name. Since he joined the Legion, he has led them to victories against 19 other tribes, and the NCR would be fools to think that Lanius won't lead the charge at the next battle for Hoover Dam. Even among the soldiers of the Legion he stands tall. Unlike most Legion soldiers, he does not wear armor manufactured from pre-war gear. Lanius wears a suit of armor crafted by the finest blacksmiths in Caesar's army. It isn't powered by a microfusion pack like the Brotherhood's power armor. No, Lanius carries the full weight of that metal himself. No hydraulics, no gadgets, just a man fueled by a lust for battle. He wields the blade of the East. A few of the super mutants took to tearing the bumpers off pre-war cars and hammering them into sword blades. That's fine for a giant gray beast hopped up on Stealth Boy rad. But a man like Lanius needs a more refined weapon. The Legion forged for him a massive sword with old-world craftsmanship that is every bit as devastating as modern tech, when in the right hands. Lanius can cut an armored ranger in half with one blow, and knock a super mutant right off its feet. Legion Frumentari even claim that he can run it straight through a Brotherhood of Steel paladin in full power armor. When Lanius killed the leaders of his tribe, his face was disfigured in the fight. Or at least that's what some in the Legion say. He never appears without his helmet, and his personal servants are all blind, so there's no telling what the Legion is hiding behind the mask. That, of course, is Caesar's goal, to make his new general an enigma. Something made all the more fearsome by the mere fact that it is unseen. On very rare occasions, people will escape the Legion, and there are a few former members who have seen Lanius in person and are willing to speak of him openly. A former Frumentari named Ulysses will talk about Lanius to those who have earned the honor of conversing with him. Maybe he's a little overly optimistic, but he thinks that the monster of the East can be reasoned with, that the next battle between East and West could end with Lanius peacefully parting ways with the NCR's envoy. An unlikely scenario, unless the NCR can find a very persuasive representative. Ulysses also met Joshua Graham. Against all odds, Graham was resilient enough to survive being set on fire and thrown into the Grand Canyon. After crawling out of the canyon, he traveled east to Utah and lived among the people of his homeland, New Canaan. They were a people of faith, still worshipped one of the old world gods from before the war, and their ancestors kept that faith alive. Among the new Canaanites, he began the process of atoning for the atrocities he committed as Malpais legate. They helped Graham recover from his injuries, and his sins were absolved in their eyes, although he would forever bear his burn scars. He might have been content to stay there for the rest of his life, living in peace, but rumors of the burned man reached back to Caesar, and he couldn't rest knowing that a potentially dangerous enemy was still kicking. The new Canaanites were soon wiped out by a band of tribals called the Whitelegs. Ulysses had a hand in that, back when he was still working for the Legion. Neither man seems to hold a grudge over the incident, although it's probably best to keep clear if they ever meet again. The Whitelegs had been sent by the Legion to kill Graham, but that man has a fire burning inside him that just won't go out. Again he survived, and the burned man now lives among the tribals in Zion Canyon. There tries to use his knowledge of war to bring peace among the tribes, a well-intended effort, but a reminder of his old life as a ruthless killer. The monster of the East and the burned man are alike in many ways, myths that outshine the men beneath their masks. Both are forever scarred by their association with Caesar. Yet Graham has learned to wear his scars with humility, a constant reminder of the monster that he was, while Lanius is unable to see the monster that he has become. Until he does, he will remain a valuable tool for Caesar and a force of destruction in the wasteland. The Legion was built by men of ambition, but their origins were that of humility and service. It's hard to believe the Legion's founders had their start in an organization that works tirelessly to preserve light and knowledge in a world that is savage by nature. Fallout Lore, Chapter 13, Gods and Followers. Before the war, people prayed to all sorts of gods. Most of those old religions didn't survive the war. People had a hard time believing that a loving God could allow the world to turn into a living hell. No time to memorize scripture or recite prayers when every minute of the day is spent scavenging for food. Nowadays, every bombed-out town in the wasteland has the remains of an old church in it, but most of them are empty, save for the radroaches and feral ghouls. If the old world gods are coming back, they sure are taking their time with it. In the meantime, the more superstitious folks in the wasteland have been making up their own religions to help them get through the day. There's a group of kooks out east who worship a nuclear bomb that's right in the center of their town. The thing was a dud that didn't go off during the Great War back in 2077, and it's been sitting there ever since. Some of the locals must have thought it was divine intervention that prevented it from exploding, and this holy relic has been spreading thyroid cancer to the faithful ever since. These children of Adam have been in that town since its construction. Their obsession with atomic energy means that they know a lot about engineering. Adam, and the holy glow that awaits folk who die of radiation poisoning. There might be a lot of people who will meet that particular maker if that bomb ever goes off. The children of Adam split into another group that hunkers down in a basement one town over. They aren't so much concerned with the bombs as they are with the effects of radiation on certain people. These apostles of the holy light think that ghouls are lucky souls who've absorbed enough of Adam's love to evolve beyond humanity. A comforting thought for the handful of ghouls who cram into their tiny sanctuary during services, but the church doesn't have a lot of people begging to convert. There was a town round the 2240s that was convinced they had a rat god living in their sewers. The townsfolk didn't worship the thing, but it seemed like the local mole rat population had taken a shine to it. The rodents organized somehow and chased the humans out of part of the town for a while. Some adventurous types killed that king rat a long time ago, putting an end to the whole cult, but that wasn't the only rodent god worshipped in the wasteland. Some ghouls over in the town of Gecko had a mysterious preacher deep beneath the town. Turned out to be one mighty articulate vermin with some fancy plans. Promised the ghouls all that their humanity would be renewed through some supernatural force. Nothing ever came of it, but ghouls don't grow old, so the original cultists might still be there praying away and hoping for the best. Then there is this old cult, known as the Children of the Cathedral, and was perceived since its foundation in 2156 as little more than superstitious, harmless nonsense. Tolerated by the wasteland, they set up hospitals throughout survivor communities. The imposing cathedral in the boneyard was their center of power, covering up their sinister plans. But unlike other religions, their god was physical. Their dark god was the master of the supermutants, the holy flame dwelling beneath the ground in the darkness. Most people had never encountered anything like him. Useful mutations are rare, and among his many uncommon mutations was a powerful form of telepathy. Go on and laugh, but the files at the Mariposa military base confirm that the Master and several other people developed psychic powers after being exposed to the forced evolutionary virus. The Master was lucky in a sense. His evolved state allowed him to use his powers without going too insane. The cult worshipped his hideous visage, some following out of greed, others out of sincere belief, strengthened by brainwashing, self-torture, and other indoctrination. They did his bidding blindly and spread out through the wasteland, their hospitals stocked with weapons and spies, to infiltrate survivor settlements and pave the way for their armies. Like it or not, there are some goings-on in the wasteland so terrifying that they'll turn a body to prayer. In Maryland, there's a building that scavengers have stayed away from over the centuries. On moonless nights, the surrounding lands have shadowy forms that crawl about shrieking the words Al-Hazred and Og Qualtoth, words a human mouth was not meant to speak. Those who ventured inside claim to have witnessed dark rituals on an unholy altar, seen the dead rise and unnameable horrors appear through fetid mists. Sounds like a bunch of ghouls having a party, but that old office building is still one of the most bizarre places the wasteland holds. Whatever eldritch rites those ghouls practice is certainly from the old world, maybe even older than mankind. A handful of other pre-war cults proved to be tougher than roaches, too. Not even the apocalypse could get rid of something called habology. Even before the war, most people knew that habology was a load of bunk. It was made up by a fellow named Dick Hubble to bamboozle people out of their caps. Claimed that the spirits of dead aliens were the cause of everyone's problems, or some such nonsense. Of course, the habologists would clear out these invisible neurodynes for a price. They were still running the same racket out in Frisco for centuries after the Great War. One of the few old-time religions to stick around this long is something they called Mormonism. Mighty popular in the Mojave before the war, and it had a pretty good run after the apocalypse, too, until they drew the attention of Caesar's legion. Now there's fewer of them than ever. That religion isn't likely to die out, though. The remaining Mormons are resilient, to say the least, and they carry more than Scripture these days. There's an old Mormon fort over in New Vegas, but there's no Mormons there anymore. It's a base for the followers of the apocalypse. With all of these groups and their fancy names, it would be easy to think that the followers of the apocalypse are some sort of doomsday cult. But despite the name, they aren't a religious group. They aren't trying to create another apocalypse. They're trying to heal the world in the wake of the last one. The followers were founded out west in New California a few generations after the Great War. First founded on the outskirts of San Diego, which you call Dayglow now, the followers migrated and settled into an old world library, out in the boneyard. Led by Nicole, they realized just how much of humanity's knowledge had been lost in the decades since the war. Instead of hoarding that knowledge, they decided to share it, to ensure that the Great War would not happen again. Nicole and her followers even had a hand in helping the Vault Dweller infiltrate the Master's Cathedral, and the organization lives on today. The followers have a few things in common with the Brotherhood of Steel. Both like to dig up pre-war tech, but the Brotherhood is mostly interested in weapons. They refuse to share their technology with outsiders. The followers are more concerned with how pre-war society grew their food, generated their energy, and healed the sick. Unearthing the weapons that caused Armageddon isn't part of their plan for the wasteland. They'd rather see some of the secrets of the old world remain buried, and that puts them at odds against some of the other factions of the wasteland. The followers have a complicated relationship with the new California Republic. The NCR knows that the followers can be useful allies in the arms race against the Brotherhood and the Legion, but the pacifist nature of the followers means that they are at odds with the NCR's expansionism. They have since split ways, with NCR supporting a more pliable, agreeable group of dissident followers, the Office of Science and Industry. Of course, as pacifists, they would never be tolerated by the Legion. Caesar himself was raised by the followers, taken in when he was just a child, but their teaching obviously didn't stick. Back when Caesar was a young scribe working for the followers, he soaked up all that he could learn from them, then turn that knowledge toward a path that would horrify Nicole and the other founders of the group. The followers are still very accepting of outsiders, though. People who value education and are willing to use their knowledge to ease the suffering of the world are always welcomed. There's even an individual among them who's descended from the surviving members of the Enclave, and it seems he uses the followers as a path to redemption for the sins of his father. That's a long road to walk, and a precarious position for a man to be in, torn between loyalty to a monstrous lineage and an idealistic quest for absolution. The followers are doing their best to carry the fire of humanity with them as they aid the most unfortunate people in a world of suffering. They prove that what a person does is more important than what they believe. Very few of the followers could think that they're heading to a place of everlasting peace after they die. Like most folk in the wasteland, all they're hoping for is a quick death and the satisfaction of knowing they made the world slightly less horrific. The followers know that knowledge of the old world has its uses. Those pre-war types sure knew how to grow food and build houses. Although there are some who take the pursuit of knowledge a little too seriously. The unbridled Poindexters who designed the weapons that got the world into this mess in the first place. Some of those smarty-pants old world folk are still with us today. Found a drastic method of keeping up their research for a couple more centuries, even though there are a few drawbacks. They have a private facility out in the middle of nowhere, filled with lobotomized zombie soldiers, giant robot scorpions, and teddy bears. It's weird. Fallout Lore, Chapter 14, The Think Tank. The great minds of the 21st century created fantastic technology that their ancestors couldn't even imagine. They shot machines into space, built robots too small to see, and harnessed the power of the atom. They also made all of the horrors that ruined the world, and many of those scientific horrors still plague us today. Forced evolutionary virus, nuclear warheads, orbital weapon platforms. It's chilling to think that the minds who created such things might still be out there. But they are. Still thinking up new ways to kill, torture, and mutilate. About 350 years ago, America was celebrating a war that they won by using the first atomic bombs. The whole country was inspired by the potential that atomic energy promised. They dreamed of a future where atomic rocket ships flew through the sky, atomic cars raced through the streets, and giant robots defended America's shores with atomic death rays. At first, that view of the future only appeared in movies, the old two-dimensional holotapes of the 20th century. But by the middle of the 21st century, the future had arrived, and it looked exactly how America thought it would. What had once been science fiction had become science fact. The wasteland holds monuments to some of the people who brought about that future. The Robco factory still stands, as does the old Chrysler factory, Poseidon Energy Reactors, and of course, Vault-Tec vaults. The big boys all built their facilities to last, but some of America's greatest pre-war minds engaged in secret work that was best kept out of the public eye. These masters of the ethical paradigm shift called themselves the Think Tank. This group of eggheads engaged in the sort of radical, theatrical, impossible science that was once the stuff of comic books. They concealed their laboratories deep within a complex called Big Mountain, where their innumerable crimes against humanity and nature were hidden beneath miles of stone. There they constructed facilities to research new ways to fight America's wars. Titanic robot scorpions with laser stingers, cybernetic enhancements for man and beast, new stealth suit technology that was surprisingly talkative for a stealth suit, innovative new toxins to kill foreign soldiers by the thousands. Every day at Big Mountain was like a science fiction double feature. No, a triple feature. Their work wasn't theoretical, it was applied science. Applied with extreme prejudice. Big Mountain maintained its own prison camp, where imprisoned Chinese and Chinese Americans were kept as human test subjects. DNA splicing, automated lobotomy machines, and old-fashioned target practice for newfangled guns were just a few of the indignities forced on the unfortunate prisoners. The exploding collars that modern slavers use were widely used in the camp at Big Mountain. There are even a few of those old prisoners still alive in that camp today, turned into ghouls when the bombs fell 200 years ago, and they have spent the centuries trapped at Big Mountain by their slave collars. A horrid fate, even for suspected commies. When there weren't enough communist prisoners for their experiments, the think tank had no problem using unsuspecting American citizens. They distributed their technologies around the country to military towns like Hopeville. In one instance, they even provided a resort town with fabulous devices like holograms, self-sustaining vending machines, and the most advanced auto docks in the wasteland. But the think tank took its pound of flesh. The experimental technology turned entire cities into proving grounds, often with disastrous results. The sandstorms over the divide are courtesy of the think tank's meddling, as is a peculiar red mist that chokes the life out of anyone who ventures into the wrong part of the wasteland. Most of their attempts to put science to benevolent use ended up going horribly awry. They designed a series of bodysuits to autonomously transport wounded soldiers away from battlefields, but they ended up as ambulatory body bags for the vengeful bones of long-dead men. Even something as harmless as a toaster became a bloodthirsty killing machine once the think tank began experimenting with automated personality modules. Sometime before the Great War, the scientists of the think tank developed a weapon so powerful that it blew the top of their mountain right off. Since then, Big Mountain has been a huge crater that forms a natural barrier between the think tank and the rest of the wasteland. Keeps most folk out, and mercifully keeps the think tank inside. The 6 scientists who ran the place back then survived the Great War inside a massive dome at the heart of the Big Empty. Over the years since, everyone else who inhabited the place has met their end either from radiation or more gruesome means, but those 6 scientists were mighty tenacious about continuing their research for as long as possible. As their bodies aged, they decided to preserve their precious brains in new mechanical bodies. Transferring a living brain into a robot body is a tricky task. These men and women survived the process, but it seems like a few chunks of brain got left behind in their old gourds. The resulting monstrosities became demented parodies of their once brilliant selves. The long-term effects of floating in biomed gel hasn't helped them any either. They go by mysterious code names like Dr. Zero, 8, or Klein. Their original names are lost to them, maybe a bit of brain damage during their transformation, or it might be some math nerd's idea of a joke. Klein is some sort of ran about communists or indulged their remaining biological urges. At some point after they transferred their brains into those floating cases, Klein had a falling out with the Dr. Mobius, and Mobius set up shop in a region of the Big Empty that he calls the Forbidden Zone. From there he pesters the think tank with an army of robot scorpions. It all sounds silly when you're nice and safe out here in the wasteland, but there are people who've been inside the Big Empty, have seen firsthand the nightmares within. Just about all of them ended up captured by robots and had their brains scooped out. Normally getting its brain pulled out would spell the end for a body, but the automated surgeons in the Big Empty are programmed to cram in a bunch of electronics and a Tesla coil that keep people scurrying around without their brain. The think tank calls them lobotomites. They're the brainless workforce, keeping the remains of the glorious Big Empty together. Beyond their janitorial duties, they just shamble around growling and attack anyone they see who still has a skull full of gray matter. An energy barrier around the crater prevents the lobotomites from escaping and keeps the think tank trapped inside too. But any creature that still has its brain inside its body can walk right through that barrier. Many of the evils of the Mojave came out of Big Mountain. Those giant poisonous bugs, the cazadors, were engineered by one of the crackpots in the think tank. That same fellow thought it would be a bright idea to crossbreed a rattlesnake with a coyote. The resulting abominations escaped to plague the Mojave. They slink around the desert at night, preying on the unwary. Many travelers have died with the sound of a night stalker's rattle still echoing around them. There have only been a handful of people who got inside the place and back out with their brains intact. The lure of buried relics from before the war is a powerful temptation for folk who are so enamored of the past that they can't appreciate the wonders that the present holds. A disgraced Brotherhood of Steel elder went there in search of the means to help the Brotherhood defeat the new California Republic. The place was like a bank vault, just waiting for him to crack it open. Elijah's Brotherhood training with the pre-war technology allowed him to easily outmatch the think tank and have the run of the place for a while. He not only found arcane gadgets, but also learned about another hidden treasure trove of pre-war wonders, By the time he broke out of the Big Empty, he had everything he needed to pull off a heist at some legendary city of gold. The think tank is a little eccentric, but they're still dangerous. Elijah was a rare man, an expert in the equipment found around the Big Empty. Others who stumbled across the think tank had a harder time evading them. A man like Elijah drew plenty of attention, and one of the Brotherhood's splinter groups sent out an assassin to stop whatever he was up to. That assassin, she didn't fare as well. Got caught by the think tank, had her brain all poked up by one of their malfunctioning autodocs. She made it out of there eventually, with most of her brain still working. Then she headed off after Elijah again, this time with a better stealth suit and an ever-growing grudge against the man. The only other humans who've set foot in the Big Empty and walked back out, mostly intact, are a pair of couriers. One of them wasn't so much concerned with buried technology as he was with speaking to people who were alive back before the war. The think tank might just be brains in jars now, but they were once red-blooded Americans in the days when great nations stretched all the way over the continent. It's hard to find a person who remembers that firsthand. The think tank had 5 of them in one room. To a man trying to reawaken a nation, that's an opportunity worth braving the lobotomites and robo-scorpions. The other courier seems to have stumbled across the place by accident. No grand quest for knowledge, vengeance, or truth. Just bought a ticket to the midnight show of a sci-fi marathon that went on longer than expected. Even though they are just fragments of their former selves, the think tank used to be some of the greatest minds that humanity had to offer. They brought about achievements in science that prove humanity is the most advanced life form on Earth. But Earth is just one small planet in a vast universe, and we are not alone. We have been visited by a malevolent race from beyond the stars, who are as far above us as we are above the amoeba. For centuries, they have observed us from afar with envious eyes. Fallout Lore, Chapter 15, The Aliens. When the sun rises on the wasteland, a wanderer can look out over this vast stretch of lifeless dust and feel utterly alone. When that sun sets and the stars shine, mankind must accept that we are far from alone in this universe. Of late, humanity has had to share the earth with mutants, ghouls, and robots. But it has been centuries since our species could claim this planet as our sole domain. Even when America was just a group of colonies 600 years ago, it was being watched from afar by a diabolical race from the far reaches of the cosmos. Most people will laugh if you say that aliens exist. Folk will believe in walking corpses, talking deathclaws, and brains in jars with psychic powers, but they draw the line at little green men and flying saucers. That's the stuff of pre-war holotapes and radio shows. But no matter how stubborn the skeptics are, the evidence is undeniable. Go to the right part of the wasteland, and anyone can see the remains of a crashed UFO for themselves. Some people wave these sightings off as experimental pre-war aircraft that just look like UFOs, but that flying saucer north of Washington, D.C. sure wasn't a pre-war bomber. Some or a tourist trap beside a Rita's Cafe. Alien ships have been crashing all over the wasteland for over 100 years. They're hidden deep in the wasteland, but they're out there for those who want to believe. It doesn't help that the wasteland is full of crackpots who rave about invisible chupacabras and commie ghosts that want to paint Lenin's face on the moon. But reliable sources have visited these crash sites and brought back proof. The descendants of the Vault Dweller from Vault 13 swear that the Vault Dweller stumbled upon such a craft over a century ago and briefly carried an alien weapon. The wasteland's top scientific minds have held the thing in their hands. It doesn't work anymore, runs on some kind of alien power cell that humanity can't reproduce. But some of the brightest minds in the wasteland have examined it and are convinced that it's beyond anything made by human hands, even before the war. That particular space blaster disappeared a while ago. Last anyone knew, it was in the hands of a talkative merchant who probably had no idea what the thing was. Might have made its way into the hands of someone who put it to good use, or it could be at the bottom of an old saddlebag adorning some Brahmin skeleton in the middle of the NCR. Other alien artifacts have been discovered all over the wasteland, and some of the more wondrous technology out there is said to be derived from alien designs. A few unfortunate people out in the wasteland are cursed with mutations that grant them psychic powers. Sounds like a tall tale, but when you've seen a person's head explode from within, you'll become a believer right quick. The only thing that keeps these folks from nuking their noggins is a psychic nullifier that uses alleged alien engineering. The Master used these to keep some of his more unique mutants under control, but the design can still be found out there being used by highly intuitive denizens of the Mojave. Much of the amazing technology that the Enclave used is speculated to have extraterrestrial origins back before the war, and some military installations even have artificial intelligence that was said to be created in pre-war times with alien technology. The government back then never officially admitted it, but they knew that aliens had visited Earth. Right before the Great War, some of the smarter folk figured out that the apocalypse was a-comin', and they came up with all kinds of plans to survive. Vaults and secret oil rigs, but one of the more daring plans was to leave Earth entirely. The knowledge that there were other inhabitable worlds out there inspired the Enclave to look into space travel, although the war hit before they could actually get off the planet. The Enclave are probably lucky that they never made it to another world, because by all accounts, the aliens are just as nasty as anything here on Earth. Yup, there are people who've met these malevolent visitors face to face and can still talk about it. A few years ago, a person who came out of one of the vaults on the East Coast ended up getting teleported aboard one of the mother ships. That's right, those little saucers that are crashed all over the place. Those are just scout ships. There is a whole army of aliens up there in a mother ship, and their own records prove that they've been here for a good 600 years, kidnapping and experimenting on humanity the whole time. The aliens' own records indicate that they've been here since 1697, maybe even longer, considering that some of their captives were wearing medieval armor and carrying swords. A handful of those unfortunates survived the ordeal, and now have the rare privilege of looking down at the ruins of Earth from their home in the sky. The view probably ain't as pretty as it used to be before the war, and some of them know firsthand. They were kept in a form of suspended animation that's more advanced than anything on Earth. People hundreds of years old, emerging from stasis without aging a day. Bet the folks at Vault-Tec would have loved to have had access to that sort of tech back when. These alien captives are among the few unmutated people who were alive before the Great War. They can not only talk about their lives back in bygone centuries, but they can also describe what it was like to live among the invaders from space. These beings do not see humanity as equals. Our lives mean no more to them than Brahman. According to the survivors, when a human is captured, they are interrogated briefly, then tortured and stored away in stasis until the day their captors decide to use them for gruesome experiments. Maybe at some point in the past, the aliens' goal was simple vivisection, to open us up and see what makes us tick. But eventually, they learned to manipulate the human body and transform us into mindless abominations. Maybe they needed these half-human abominations as soldiers to fight in some far-off war. Maybe they were the unexpected results of a failed experiment in trying to transform humans into something else entirely. Or maybe these aliens are just a bunch of little green jerks. We can't truly fathom their goals, though. We can only gather evidence and seek out patterns in the nigh inscrutable collection of objects discovered in the cargo holds of their ships. Their teleportation beams have been sucking up junk from the Earth's surface for centuries, and the random materials are crudely organized around their ship, as though they are trying to learn about us by examining our junk foods and soda machines. Elsewhere in the massive ship are neatly organized rooms devoted to unlikely objects that were carefully collected and preserved. Just what were the aliens planning with that vast armada of robot ponies? Was alien technology used to make children's toys in the pre-war days? Could these visitors have done more than merely observe us in the years leading up to the war? The answer could be too terrifying to imagine. Humanity is not the only species to suffer at the hands of these creatures, though. They seem to have spent some time interrogating various other Earth species before determining humanity to be the most intelligent. They might have gotten the impression that Brahmin were the smartest creatures around on account of the two heads, but that hasn't kept the Brahmin out of harm's way in the alien experimentation labs. Our species are alike in some ways, though. We can eat their food, such as it is. As far as we can tell, they live on a diet of space squids and giant worms. Not exactly a delicacy from Blamco, but no worse than Mirelurk meat. We can use their biogel too to heal our wounds, and even keep disembodied brains alive for decades after they've been removed from their bodies. But it doesn't seem like our visitors appreciate the similarities between our species. To them, we're no more than lab rats. The good news is that whatever pony-loving scheme they were up to was stopped a few years ago when that vault dweller got beamed up to the mother ship. That fancy light show over the eastern horizon a while back was a battle happening in outer space. Somehow humanity got the upper hand in that ruckus, and now there are a lot fewer aliens around. They ain't all gone, though. A little north of Vegas, some of the farmers have been seeing strange lights in the sky recently, and you can bet it isn't a vertibird. The aliens have held off any sort of full-scale invasion, but those little scout ships are still out there causing trouble for people who wander into the wrong parts of this wild wasteland. There are people who claim to have seen other species of alien life around the wasteland. With all the weird mutants out there, you can't blame them for thinking that some of these critters can't be from this world. The Wanamingos out in California are often called aliens, but they're actually the descendants of genetically engineered creatures that were bred back before the Great War, using the forced evolutionary virus. They look like something out of an old science fiction holotape, all tentacles and gaping maws. Most of them were wiped out a few decades ago when some adventurers killed the Wanamingo queen out in Redding. That was the only known queen, but there have been sightings of Wanamingos as far west as San Francisco, too. Luckily, as a species, they've all but died out these days. Good thing, too, since they were mighty tough to bring down. A good flamer helped keep them at bay, but if you ever come across one of them, just shoot it in the groin socket to show it who's boss. Wanamingos aside, it seems like the skies have become a safer place for now, but the aliens are still out there, watching humanity and waiting for a chance to strike at us again. Who knows what they're after? Must be something more than robot ponies. Perhaps they're after the Earth's resources. It wouldn't be the first time wars were fought for such things. It's not unrealistic to think an alien race flew all this way for raw materials or a sip of water. Water. Now that's a resource that's always been in demand, even in the old world times. Nowadays the Earth's water supply is more precious than ever, and those who control it control the wasteland. Fallout Lore, Chapter 16, The Crimson Caravan. Civilization is a delicate thing. Tribals can hunt and gather in complete isolation. Small towns can grow their own food and dig their own wells with little need for outsiders. But anything larger than a little collection of shacks, and folk will need to bring in supplies from somewhere else eventually. Before the Great War, people had more belongings than they knew what to do with. The bombs destroyed a lot of it, but many of those pre-war goodies are still out there, waiting for someone to come along, dig them up, and haul across the wasteland in search of someone who's willing to pay for them. Some parts of the wasteland are blessed with piles of pre-war rubble that hold endless bits of scrap that can be used for repairs. Other places have the rare gift of fertile soil and can grow crops, and a few places even have fresh water without a taint of radiation. Problem is, most of those places are far away from each other, and the roads between them are filled with raiders, abominations, and hostile robots. It takes a brave person to walk those trails day in and day out, or a ruthless one. The Crimson Caravan has been driving Brahmin carts across New California for over 100 years. They're still around because of their business savvy, luck, and plain old ruthlessness. They were among the first organized groups of traders in what is now the New California Republic. Not a glamorous start, hauling scrap and water from the hub to Necropolis and elsewhere, but their adventurous spirit and outright recklessness made them grow into one of the biggest businesses in the land today. Back in 2161, New California was much more wild, and gangs like the Vipers, the Cons, and the Jackals were a serious danger to anyone who set foot outside of a town. The Crimson Caravan would hire just about anyone with a gun and a few scars to guide their caravans and fight off the raiders. If you loved the sound of bullets whizzing by and didn't mind killing someone over a wagon of Nuka-Cola, then there was always plenty of work to go around. One of the Vault Dweller's first companions pulled a stint with the Crimson Caravan, and rumors around the hub say that the Vault Dweller personally guarded a few shipments too. In those days, the Crimson Caravan hitched their Brahmin to the husks of pre-war cars. But these days, most traders just bundle everything up on the poor Brahmin's back and then walk the wasteland on their own 2 feet. The caravans are smaller, but they're well armed, and it's a common sight to see traders and their bodyguards chasing off a pack of overzealous raiders who are hoping to find some easy loot. The Crimson Caravan has spread out east into the Mojave after 2273, a move that ain't working out too well for them. These parts have had their own couriers and caravans for years. too much competition for the new blood. Everyone knows that if you need something moved fast, the Mojave Express will get the job done. And with the NCR streaming towards the Colorado River, there's too much commerce going on for any one company to handle it all. The wasteland is a big place, but there aren't many trade routes that can be traveled safely, even for a heavily armed caravan. The competition between Crimson Caravan and the Mojave's trading organizations is fierce. They sent out one tough broad to take charge of the local chapter lately, and she's the sort of lady who ain't afraid to buy out the competition with plasma. The one competitor that doesn't have anything to fear from them has also been around for over a century as well. Before the war, the term gun runner meant someone who illegally smuggled weapons to places they weren't supposed to go. 80 years after the war, the term had come to mean one particular group that excelled in repairing and building weapons. These days, the gun runners don't need to smuggle anything because customers come running to them. Everyone west of the Mississippi knows that if you need some heavy firepower, the gun runners are your new best friends. Like the Crimson Caravan, the gun runners had humble origins after the Great War. Started out as just another hub gang that immigrated to the Boneyard round 2131, camping in a small factory in a ruined neighborhood in the Boneyard, what used to be called Los Angeles. They kept any nosy neighbors away with a moat of radioactive sludge that surrounded their headquarters, and ensured that only serious customers come by to see their customized weapons. By 2155, they adopted their business name, becoming known as the #1 dealers in killer hardware, right after the Brotherhood, that is. Their business took a hit in the 60s due to a pack of death claws that built a nest nearby. Not exactly good marketing for gun runners to say that they can't kill the local varmints. They got some help from a wandering do-gooder and thrived. Eventually, gun runners became a major supplier of weapons to the fledgling New California Republic. Nowadays, the gun runners have kiosks spread around the wasteland that sell their wares. They build the things around their robot salesmen, no way in or out, just a little chute for dispensing weapons and taking in caps. Helps deter anyone from taking the 5-finger discount, or trying the Shady Sands shuffle on them when they ain't looking. They send out caravans to trading posts on occasion, but those caravans usually just trade with big-time buyers like the NCR, and they aren't afraid to chase away small fries. Despite their intimidating preoccupation with weaponry, the gun runners are still among the more honest weapon merchants in the wasteland. Treat them fairly, and you'll get the same in return. That ain't so with some of the other ironmongers out there. If you're the sort that's too civilized to lob balls of lead at your enemies, you could buy a genuine death ray from the Van Graff family. But make no mistake, the Van Graffs are merchants of death, plain and simple. They don't share the gun runner's devotion to craftsmanship, and they aren't interested in experimenting with wild new variations on their arsenal. No, if you walk into the Van Graff shop out in Freeside, then you're facing folks who just want caps in exchange for firepower. They are just as likely to vaporize you as they are to sell you a plasma pistol. The Van Graff family has stirred up trouble all the way from New Reno to Freeside, and they'd be happy to sell their wares to disreputable folk east of the Colorado River, too. They've set up shop in a pre-war casino just outside of New Vegas. There are no more roulette games there, but patrons are gambling with their lives by approaching the place. Their underhanded dealings have built up plenty of animosity to other traders around the Mojave, and it ain't a good idea to go anywhere near them if you've got a former trader at your side. But there are plenty of dangers that even the finest new energy weapons can't fight. Find a person crawling through the desert who hasn't had anything to drink in days. They'll trade you their shiny new plasma rifle for a bottle of water. Water can be more precious than caps sometimes. Around the rest of the wasteland, water falls from the sky, bubbles up from the ground, and dribbles out of pre-war toilet pipes. But most of it still has particles of radioactive material that's been giving off atoms since the war. In the back when times, they had devices that could purify water, but most such gadgets have long since fallen into disrepair. People who have access to fresh water control one of the most valuable resources out there. In the days right after the war, the supply of fresh water in New California was controlled by a group of water merchants who ran caravans out of the hub. They knew just how precious water was, and for a brief time, they managed to rule the hub and surrounding territory with an iron fist. Their power was so great that even the Vault Dweller turned to them in Vault 13's time of need. Over the years since, the NCR has done a decent job of seeing to it that fresh water is distributed fairly in their territory. The Mojave is lucky enough to still have a supply of fresh water from Lake Mead, thanks to those clever pre-war engineers and their dam. The water merchants are all but unknown in these parts now. The merchant caravans aren't quite as organized in the capital wasteland. Before the war, that area had a high population density, at least when compared to the Mojave. All of those big cities and little suburbs along the coastline meant plenty of goods were available for people who were willing to dig it out of the ruins of their local super-duper mart. There are a couple of trading hubs out there, though. Canterbury Commons was started up by a fellow looking to make it the East Coast version of the hub, although it ended more like something out of a pre-war comic book. The trade caravans quit visiting the place when a pair of costumed cornballs started fighting over the town. One of them was out to destroy the place, and the other was trying to save it. It can be hard to remember which was trying to do what, since their battles always seem to end with the town in ruins. For the most part, the capital wasteland relies on freelance do-gooders to transport messages and items from town to town. Independent traders wander their territory dispensing bits of junk to whoever happens to stumble across their path. On occasion, though, lucky wanderers might meet a trader with a pre-war military robot for sale, in decent condition, if a bit over-enthusiastic. Before the Great War, they had a saying that one man's trash is another man's treasure. That's never been more true than now. A spare water chip can change the fate of the entire wasteland, and having the right pile of scrap metal, electronics, and sensor modules in the right place can unite a traveler with the best friend they'll ever have. All of that junk gets hauled from one end of the wasteland to the other by the brave, the ruthless, and the just plain crazy. Humanity is slowly rebuilding civilization, one piece of scrap at a time. But there are men who don't think the old world is returning fast enough. They crave the buried riches of the old world just as hungrily as men crave the gold once buried in the California hills. One man isn't content to watch while humanity slowly crawls back to the glory of the pre-war days. He's found a lost treasure from the very height of America's prosperity, and he intends to plunder the riches of this lost city of gold, no matter how badly the odds are stacked against him. Fallout Lore, Chapter 17, Father Elijah. In bygone years, these lands had tall tales of folk heroes like Pecos Bill, John Henry, and Paul Bunyan. Little yarns about big men. They helped children believe the world was a more magical place than it really was. Lately, folk don't need to tell campfire stories to make the world seem interesting. We have super mutants as big as Babe the Blue Ox. We got death claws tougher than any Sasquatch. But that don't keep people from spreading wild stories about the hidden wonders of the wasteland, though. There's a fella in Novak who swears he's seen a chupacabra feeding on the local cattle stock. There used to be a carny in the den who claimed his Egyptian mummy jumped up of its own accord and ran away one day. And every prospector in the Mojave will tell you about the time they almost got their hands on the lost treasure of the Sierra Madre. Travelers will still find a few pre-war posters and postcards about the Sierra Madre scattered around the wasteland, and every now and then some crazy old scavenger scrawls, "Gone to Sierra Madre," along the highway before wandering off into the desert to die on a fool's quest. Hundreds of years ago, foolhardy men would head out west into these hills in search of gold, but the prospectors these days are panning for pre-war prosperity. The Sierra Madre is an old-world resort whose opulence is said to be perfectly preserved through the apocalypse. It was built by an industrialist named Frederick Sinclair for the highest of high society. Makes the New Vegas Strip look like a back alley in Junktown. An oasis where the lucky could win a fortune at the roulette table, see the biggest celebrities in the world like Dean Domino, or promenade with up-and-coming starlets through quaint villas. It was an exclusive far-off vacation spot, suspiciously secluded for a tourist destination, as though Sinclair might have had some ulterior motive for building it. The Great War struck before the place could have its grand opening. Maybe that was Sinclair's plan all along, to spend the apocalypse with the movers and shakers. Or there could have been some quieter, more personal meaning behind all the grandeur. Finding the place offered a chance to let go of your troubles, whatever they are, and start again. For folk who never got a fair shake in life, a chance to begin anew is more valuable than gold, water, or even caps. Plenty of people have heard the call on their radios, a sultry siren's voice telling them of the opportunities the Sierra Madre holds. Those who follow that voice disappear into the wastes. Could be that the fabled casino is so wondrous that no one wants to leave, or it might be that anyone who heeds that call ends up cashing out their chips the hard way. Others have trekked out into the deepest wilds of the wasteland, only to be turned back by a cloud of poisonous red mist that kills those who try to enter. Somewhere within that cloud they are certain a treasure awaits. There's an abandoned bunker near the banks of the Colorado River. Used to be a Brotherhood of Steel outpost, but lately it's been used by an undetermined individual. Someone who's been to the Sierra Madre and brought back a few souvenirs from what looks like a mighty interesting vacation. A safe full of shiny chips with the Sierra Madre logo on them. Jars of toxic red goo that must be related to that mysterious red cloud. Even more interesting is an Art Deco vending machine with the same logo. The thing is a lot more advanced than a simple vending machine, though. Lots of machines will take in a handful of coins and spit out treats. But that vending machine from the Sierra Madre was the pinnacle of what the back when times had to offer in terms of luxury. Some of the schematics brought out of the Big Empty show prototype matter recombinators that operate along similar principles as that vending machine. They turn those chips into anything, rebuilding the atoms one by one until they make food, medicinal chems, or stylish clothing. Even have the potential to break down those items in an emergency and convert the matter into ammunition for any gun a person has handy. Maybe the people who built the resort thought that these machines would let them run the place with their own currency. Replace the old paper money with something more intrinsically valuable. Sort of a company script that ensured residents of the town had no need for the outside world. Even if their intentions weren't kindly, to the modern world these machines could mean a nearly limitless supply of resources that could be easily recycled. No need to stockpile junk when you can make whatever you need right on the fly. In the hands of altruists like the Followers or the New Canaanites, this would be a boon to humanity. But the man who is most likely running things at the Sierra Madre is definitely not a humanitarian. The location of the Sierra Madre was lost centuries ago, but those vending machines and other tech were developed by the think tank at Big Empty, and surely the exact location of the casino could be found somewhere inside Big Empty. A while ago a few people caused a big ruckus there, and among them was a former Brotherhood of Steel elder named Elijah. Elijah had the technical know-how to uncover all of the think tank's secrets, so he is without doubt the one person who could have discovered the location of the lost casino and learned the nature of the treasures within. There was a time when Elijah meant well. Suppose the same could be said for the Brotherhood on the whole, but Elijah took the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood on a particularly dark path. Before he became elder, he was a scribe. His role with the Brotherhood was to research technology and figure out how to restore whatever gizmo the Paladins discovered on their expeditions. He was a genius, even among the Brotherhood's bloodline of technophiles, and he rose to the esteemed rank of elder in the Mojave chapter. Once in a leadership role, he defied the Brotherhood's traditional approach. He sought to improve technology rather than merely catalog it. He pushed for new, more dangerous weapons, ones that could unleash mass destruction on the foes of the Brotherhood. After all, their isolationism left them few in number and devoid of allies. A trump card was needed. When the Brotherhood discovered an old-world solar power plant called Helios-1, Elijah was convinced that it would give him the weapon he would need to put the Brotherhood at the top of the Mojave's food chain. Even a mind such as his requires time and study to fully comprehend such a masterwork of engineering. Unfortunately, Helios-1 was also coveted by the new California Republic. Having entered the wasteland in 2274, NCR clashed with Brotherhood guerrillas. Finally, in 2276, the Republic and the Brotherhood faced each other at Helios. Elijah couldn't let go, and forced his soldiers to endure a siege while he struggled to unearth the arcane secrets of Helios-1. It was ultimately a futile effort that wasted lives on both sides. The Brotherhood abandoned Helios with its mysteries still unsolved, and the surviving members of Elijah's chapter retreated to their base. The NCR was left with a barely working plant, protected as a parting gift from the Elder by a thicket of warbots and turrets. Elijah, however, couldn't accept the defeat and set off to the far corners of the wasteland in search of other means to see his Brotherhood take revenge on the NCR. Many members of the Brotherhood felt betrayed by his disappearance. Others presumed he was dead. A few who genuinely believed in him once saw this as the final step in his descent into madness. Among his protégés were a pair of younger members of the Brotherhood, who tried to see the good in him, even though he had repeatedly interfered with their happiness. He placed his interests ahead of their young love, and that would only be the first of many injustices he would inflict upon one of these women in the name of the Brotherhood. While the Brotherhood of Steel had access to amazing technologies, they were still limited to what they could find in the ruins of the old world. Elijah knew that in the days leading up to the Great War, there had to have been inventions that weren't released to the public yet, secret prototypes and forbidden research that even the Brotherhood could not unearth. He found an array of unethical scientific goodies scattered all over Big Empty. The place was a giant toy box for him, containing the kind of reprehensible devices that would ensure his next group of subordinates would be even more loyal than his Brotherhood underlings. Among them was an advanced form of bomb collar, similar to the ones used by slavers, with additional features that would reward teamwork and punish treachery. At Big Empty, Elijah discovered another form of pre-war gizmo that never made it into mass production: holographic emitters. These devices were miraculous even 200 years ago. There's still a working prototype at Big Empty for those who want to behold this wonder for themselves, but the only place where they were widely used was in the Sierra Madre. The man who built the Sierra Madre, Frank Sinclair, used them for security purposes. The holographic security force was composed of pure energy, invulnerable and deadly. They don't need armor. They don't need guns. And badges? They don't need no stinking badges. They originally had the benevolent purpose of protecting the inhabitants against the potential dangers of the pre-war world, but in the hands of Elijah, they could be used as an army to wreak havoc on an already chaotic Mojave. With an army of such soldiers, he could slaughter the less civilized cultures of the Mojave and even fend off the new California Republic. The mysterious red cloud around the Sierra Madre is no naturally occurring phenomenon, certainly an invention of the devious minds at Big Empty, perhaps intended as a weapon to be used against pre-war China. The ethically challenged folk in the think tank always preferred testing their weapons on unsuspecting civilians, and a cloud might have made its way into the Sierra Madre without Sinclair's consent. In Elijah's control, it would mean indiscriminate death to anyone outside the safety of the Brotherhood, or a fate worse than death if that cloud has mutagenic properties. If Elijah is out there in that lost city of gold, looking for a way to rebuild the glory of the Brotherhood and take revenge on the NCR, he'd do best to heed the words of that sultry dame who invited him there in the first place. Let go. Let go of his vengeance, his humiliation, his losses. Those who can appreciate what they already have no need for stories of buried treasure. Besides, if there is anything the wasteland can teach us, it's that things that reside in the past best stay buried there. The wasteland holds more stories than any one person can experience. Over the decades of my life, I've walked from one end of this continent to the other, and back again. My own role in the wasteland's history isn't as interesting as that of the Vault Dweller, or as exciting as the Chosen One, but it is a long story, and definitely one for another day. Fallout Lore, Chapter 18, The End. The Great War happened over 200 years ago, and the people who remember the days before the bombs fell are fewer in number each year. Ghouls, brains in jars, alien abductees, and a handful of pre-war tycoons who had life support systems ready to go when the worst hit. Among the people who are alive in the back-when times is a man who some call a ghoul. Others say he's one of the very first mutants. Others call him a god. To those of us who've known him a while, he's just Harold. Harold was a child when the war began back in 2077. He wasn't exactly a historian at that age, doesn't remember the global war over the dwindling supply of oil and uranium, the desperate fight in Anchorage, Alaska, where America and China fought like alley cats over the last drops of fuel in the world, or the courageous soldiers in power armor who brought about America's victory over the communist invaders. He survived the war inside one of the vaults, and was twice the lucky duck for getting into one of the good ones. The vaults were part of an experimentation scheme. While some were really supposed to protect the dwellers within, many more were designed to go horribly awry so that the government could study how humanity adapted to outlandish situations, like 1,000 kids with no grown-ups, or an army of defective clones running amok. One vault even had an entire society based around ritual human sacrifice. Harold emerged from his vault in 2090 into a wasteland where the first generation of survivors were forging their new civilization. Small communities had sprung up, and Harold and some of the other vault dwellers eked out a living as merchants and prospectors. But he was unlike the others. He prospered, became a respectable merchant with his own caravan. His life changed when around 2102 he and Richard Gray mounted an expedition to find the source of the mutants harassing their caravans. They tracked them to the old military base in Mariposa, California, a secret place from before the war, surrounded by some of the most horribly mutated critters the wasteland held at the time. Most of Harold's companions were killed before they got inside the place, but Harold and his friend Richard survived, in a sense. Comparing Harold's stories with records the Brotherhood recovered from that base, it's not hard to guess at what must have happened to Harold and Richard. They'd been exposed to an extreme dose of the forced evolutionary virus, and each of them had developed a unique set of mutations. Richard became an abomination unlike anything seen in the wasteland since. Harold, on the other hand, turned into something that looked like a ghoul, although he was an entirely unique being. Folk in the hub didn't know about super mutants back then, so they treated him like any other ghoul, which wasn't well. He lost his business, customers, friends. He took to loitering in the out-of-the-way parts of the hub, and he was happy to tell his story to anyone who would talk to him. Coming from the vaults as he did, Harold could recognize a fellow vault dweller when he saw one. He swears up and down that back in 2162 he met the vault dweller, the savior of the wasteland. Harold didn't know he was in the presence of greatness. To him, the vault dweller looked like any other lost soul wandering around Old Town. It took a long time for word to spread about the vault dweller's deeds, and for folk to piece together all the tales about that person from Vault 13. Vault 13 was designed to stay shut for 200 years, but its water purifier broke down 120 years early, and its overseer sent out an exceptional young person to look for a replacement. The overseer knew little of the wasteland, but Vault-Tec records told them that there were other vaults nearby, and the young vault dweller set off in search of nearby Vault 15. Vault 15 had long since been plundered, but its inhabitants founded a nearby village called Shady Sands around 2121, and those folk pointed the vault dweller to some of the larger towns in California. Places like Junktown and the Hub had all sorts of pre-war salvage, but no water chips. The vault dweller did meet Harold in the Hub, even though neither of them realized it was a moment of destiny. The vault dweller eventually found a replacement ship in the ghoul city of Necropolis. It was built on top of Vault 12, and they had a water chip that ended up saving Vault 13. It seemed that the vault dweller had saved the day, but saving the day is never that easy in the wasteland. Even as the vault dweller set about the humble quest for water, a secret and malevolent force was at work in the wasteland. Necropolis wasn't just full of ghouls. It was invaded by the first generation of super mutants, and the vault dweller was among the first people in the wasteland to encounter them and live to talk of it. The Brotherhood of Steel found the corpse of one of the mutants, but didn't know what to make of the thing. They couldn't believe that some wasteland wanderer might be able to help them, but all the same, they sent the vault dweller out on a fool's errand to one of the most desolate spots in the wasteland. It turned out that he was able to succeed where others had failed, and unraveled the source of the super mutant army and the location of its leader. In doing so, the vault dweller finally found out what happened to Harold's old friend Richard. After the super mutants were scattered by the vault dweller, he wandered north, gathering outcasts from Vault Society and other followers. They formed a tribe far up north in Arroyo, not as sophisticated as life in the vaults, but at least they were free of overseers, Vault-Tec, and all the problems of pre-war society, for a time. The vault dweller had passed on, but a few of the people who knew him were still alive in their old age. Harold was among them. His unique mutation has given him long life among other interesting traits. By the 2240s he had a tree branch growing out the side of his head. Made him stand out among the other ghouls at least. He met the Chosen One when he was living in a ghoul city called Gecko. The Chosen One was said to be the direct descendant of the vault dweller, and like his predecessor, he was sent on a quest to acquire some old-world gizmo made by Vault-Tec. This time, instead of a water chip, it was something called a Garden of Eden creation kit. a fancy fusion-powered device that could transform a stretch of the wasteland into a fertile patch of paradise. The elders of Arroyo sent their chosen one out to track down the location of their homeland, Vault 13. The overseers of Vault 13 had always been a mite paranoid about the outside world, so they kept their location a secret right until their bitter end. The chosen one had to trek all over Northern California, looking for any place or anyone associated with the old vaults. Harold and the other ghouls and Gecko had been trying to live in peace with the folk of Vault City, a community that had sprung up around Vault number 8. Vault 8 had already used their Gek, but the chosen one still lent a hand in resolving their dispute with the ghouls. That was Harold's second brush with greatness. Harold wasn't the only one who knew both the Vault Dweller and the chosen one. Tandy, the president of the NCR at the time, had met the Vault Dweller in her youth. She saw some potential in the chosen one, and talked them into doing some political dirty work to unite the territories around Vaults 13 and 15. Even back then, the NCR was constantly scheming to rope in new territory, just like they are now in the Mojave. The chosen one ended up stumbling across a plot to wipe out humans worldwide, perpetrated by some of the descendants of the very weasels who had subverted Project Safehouse and turned the vaults into twisted experiments back before the war. Somehow this chosen one, a mere tribal savage, outwitted the Enclave, one of the most advanced factions in the wasteland. Some old-timers in the Mojave still remember seeing the vertibirds flying east, never to return. The Enclave wasn't the only organization that decided to see what was going on in the east. The Brotherhood of Steel had sent out an expedition to Chicago, but lost touch with them. Another team, of course, marched all the way across the country to Washington, D.C. to scour the eastern seaboard for technology. By this time, that little branch in Harold's head had grown into a full-sized tree, with Harold trapped inside, and he was rooted to the spot. On the bright side, he had a group of apostles who thought he was a god, magically spreading greenery to the dying land. They took care of Harold for the most part, even though he grew a little crankier every day. His tree-minders would only let people talk to Harold if you drank their magic potion first. It was really some kind of chem made from tree sap. Can't rightly recall what happened to Harold. We can only hope that people who visit him in his oasis take the time to talk with him and remember his contributions to the wasteland. Once things started to settle down in the east, a new world had sprung up in the west. The tribal villages in Arizona had been razed, or conquered by what looked to be something out of the history books. The Roman legion had returned and set about civilizing the savages, all because some would-be emperor had found the wrong book. Seems that Harold got out of New California at the right time. Hopefully he's still alive. I long to hear more of his stories for myself and walk the wasteland through his eyes. That's all we really have in the end, you know? Whether it's talk of the old world, or what's happening on the other side of this dust bowl. Stories allow us to travel to places we've never actually been. Live lives some of us can only dream of. Of course, that's just the handful of stories I've happened to stumble across in my days. The wasteland has many more mysteries buried in its sands, and strangers like me are all too happy to share them with fellow travelers.
You've reached the end of this audiobook. This audiobook was made possible by our loyal Patreon donors and by writer Charles Battersby, narrator Jason Damron. Special thanks to Bethesda Game Studios not only for their genre-defining RPG series, but for their open support of our lore series. Watch the Fallout lore series on YouTube at youtube.com/shoddycast.
And with that, the only distraction is you guys. Good night. Boy, stop. Thank you so much for sticking by me over the weekend. Hello. If anyone's still in the chat, give us a look. Give us a hey-oh. I might go back to bed, well, back to sleep. We'll see. But in the meantime, let's check the news. Let's see if I missed anything good. glad to see you guys kept busy while I was asleep. Right. I need to take a pee. Yay! It looks nicer out today. That was a surprisingly comfortable sleep. I gotta tell you. I like this wire. It's the right shape. They say I like this wire and then this damn thing doesn't fit. Typical. So thanks to Jean-Louis Vega, we now have an extra 15 quid towards the goal. That's very cool of him. Yes, so thank you so much for Claire Daly. I guess Claire had a backup channel or something for joining. Now, my phone's gonna go ballistic. Well, as it stands, it looks like this is it. It has been a fun couple of days. But I'm gonna probably go back to sleep for a few hours, free of camera interference. And I'm then gonna get up, go up to the shop and pick up a few basics. Well, pick up some wine. That's a few basics for me anyway. I'm gonna go up there with just enough money that I could also walk out of there with something to nom on. It's Easter Sunday. I forget what today's called. Let me see. It's a little too early for me, but I guess that's it anyway. Hold on. Can you buy alcohol on Easter Monday? Well, never mind. For some reason I thought you couldn't buy booze in Ireland on Easter Sunday. But it's technically Monday now, so. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to sleep, wake up, get the stream for tonight ready. Then afterwards, catch me in the funny papers. You'll see me next, possibly over the weekend. That's when I should upload That's Shabby. Shabby? Shabby, I'll get to you, Shabby, don't you fret. That's when I'll get to the travel video. That's becoming a broken record. Yeah, I'm gonna be heading to bed now. Well, going back to sleep, I should say. It has been a wild ride. I ran, I reorganized my room, I ate a lot of rice, I drank a lot of coffee, well, oh god, we discovered that Marshall the Fourth guy. And that Andy Dick video. Ooh. I got a surprisingly good night's sleep for a guy who got woken up numerous times. We learned about Fallout lore. Though if you noticed, they never finished it before Fallout 4 came out, so there's no Fallout 4 lore. There is on the channel. It's the compass test and found out I'm a dirty commie. Libertarian left, yeah, pretty much. Not a big fan of the term libertarian, but because the libertarians kind of skewered it. No, it's been a crazy few days, and we're not done yet. You'll see me later on tonight. And then I'll be uploading pictures, maybe even short clips. I never know how to end these. It has been a lot of fun, but I'm not gonna lie, I want to break free, basically. I want to break free. Yeah. That's, I'm watching the view time that once people... So what if 5 o'clock came in? That's 6. 7. Well, listen. Listen! It's time for me to say goodnight. It's good morning. And, I don't know if I'll do something like this again. I don't think I've got the audience to pull it off. Maybe I should go on Twitch and do a subathon, but I don't know if I want to do that either. We barely touched any of the games I wanted to touch. We barely ever played Castlevania for a little bit. The rest of it was Crusader Kings, which is a little laggy for my taste. On stream, on mine it's fine. And Hearts of Iron, the same. Anyway, I'm gonna head off now. It's been fun. Let's hope that I don't get any copyrights over any of these, because I watched a lot of random stuff. Big shout out to Shotgun Red. If there's an afterlife, I hope he's there. And the positive one. Big shout out to SJSC. I hope the channel comes back. And big shout out to every one of you for tuning in and keeping old low energy company. And entertained. And I hope I did the same to you. If you don't mind, I've got a date with... I can't even remember what my dream was. But it was comfy. So I'm gonna try to re-snare it. So yeah. That's me. End stream. End. And see you when I see you. Bye.